Tell you people how you can avail, that opportunity, please.
Good morning, dignitaries on the stage. ni-msme, Direct Ma'am, Gloria Ma'am, and my dear fellow colleagues. I would rather say colleagues and friends, because this is I feel the place where I have reached today. It really had a good exchange. I had quite a lot of guys when I was growing up to help me and say, "Hey, Sriram, you do this, that is better for you. You do this better for you." So I see this is a very good opportunity to talk to you about what exactly not only people can do and what exactly the energy sector is looking like. So coming back to we had one excellent professor who taught us economics, and he used to say that Sriram, there are three things that actually change the market. First, it has to be either a political reason. Second, either it has to be something done by an influential person, that is power. And third thing that really changed the world. So if you see economics from a perspective, if you do anything, the deception is nothing else but the economics. When you started seeing Uber is a cheaper and a better option, you move to it. When you started paying, it's becoming more and more tough for you to cash more currency cards and different kinds of cards, and it makes more sense for you to just scan a QR code and do it. It brought in both economics as well as the ease, because there was no additional charge flow. So economy is a big driver. If we talk in terms of energy, so if we see, like for example, the first water engine which was being created in 17 minutes, and it worked on an efficiency of 1%. And we don't even talk about the innovator of that technology, and we actually say that water engine or steam engine was made by James Watt, which actually refined the engine almost like 100 years, almost like 100 years when it was built at an efficiency of 4%. Now, the way the technology is growing today, the way the things are growing today, that time lag of 100 years has now become 10 years, 15 years, and whatnot. If we see, if we refer to the speech of Honorable Prime Minister being given in the month of September 2020-21, he said that that India over the past 7 years, that is from 2017 to 2020-21, has achieved or has grown the renewable energy spaces by 2.5 times, that is 250%. And we had the target of reaching certain amount of making megawatts of renewable energy, which were actually targets of 2030. We actually developed in 2020 itself. So now, whatever even government is thinking on the plans that hey, we wanted to achieve this plan, we are actually achieving it 10 years ahead because technology is moving so fast. Now, especially if we see in terms of technology, which is moving into the green energy and clean energy, I think this is the only space wherein if you see there are two perspectives to take. One is from a perspective of technology opportunity in market, and second, what we want to give to the next generations. So now, if we talk from this perspective about the size of market and why it is good for, why it is in the interest of people, why it is interest of entrepreneurs and whatnot. So let me bring in some statistics numbers to you, and you will be very pleasantly surprised to know them that that India. See, first thing we need to know that US has been dominating the world market. The reason is because of their two C's. One is the capitalism, second is the consumerism that they have. Now, if we see, now we need to develop these kind of activities within India. We want people to consume more of electricity. We want people to consume more of it. That is where the growth will come. The remote part of India requires still water. They still require, and you cannot get that water without a pump. You need still energy is required, and we want people to consume more energy. And that can only be done at the moment if we see from a consumer perspective, we are world number 3 consumers. If we see in terms of most attractive energy market, we are world number 4. If we see in terms of wind energy generation, we are world number 3. If we talk about solar energy generation, we are world number 5. So this says that the market is good, the technology is good, people are looking forward to come into the segment. Not only that, if we see that in terms of the sectors which come into the green energy are solar, wind, bio, and as well as small hydro. And if we see that solar and wind, we are probably one of the finest in the Asia. The only number one which is we are lacking behind is China. Now, if we see from that perspective that what we want to do, how we want to, there is some hard fact of realities. And for that hard fact of realities, I want you, each one of you, to think how you can think as an entrepreneur and how you can take it to the next level. The hard fact of reality is like, suppose if we see there is something called duck curve. I don't know if you are aware of it. It is called duck curve or S curve. So when typically a person starts a day, you require a limited amount of energy, electricity. After that, you get ready to the morning, do your rituals, you go to your office. Then you have a very flat curve. You hardly require anything. It's just a fridge which might be working at home and hardly anything else. But once you're back from the office, you start consuming television, AC, and whatnot. Your peak goes up. Now, when we see these kind of things, so technically, your solar energy is probably available, which is one of the cleanest and best energy form to use, is only available during the exports of it. It's not available in the night time. So you still require nuclear energy or coal energy or maybe some other kind of thermal power to at least to finish the upper part of the bell curve. That way, we still require some part of it. The only thing that comes into the picture is how do we build the better storage. So yes, guys, this is the business opportunity. There are batteries. Batteries is a big segment. If you see battery as a segment alone in India is going to grow 36% year on year. So the growth, and I can promise you there is no other country in the world which will give you any business segment that grows 36% year on year. So this is one of the areas that entrepreneurs should really jump upon and say, hey, batteries is one segment that I want to really look for. Also, if you see, there are other challenges within the battery also. The battery, if you see the performances, it would only last for a couple of hours. But now as lithium ion came into the picture and they charged it, so now it can stand a few years. You see that's a big challenge. Lithium ion also so there is a company in Canada, a startup in Canada, which is now working on, and they are now trying to repurpose or reuse or bring back to the life a lithium ion battery, which has been completely dead, and it can bring back to 85% of it. So that is another startup area, because the amount of battery shortage that we have in the market, we are looking electricity in terms of EV, we are looking electricity or the home colleges and whatnot. We require battery supports, and if we are able to bring in this kind of battery support, where you're working in certain areas which can help to survive this battery long, which could be a startup idea, which will help you to generate not only generate money, but also help the entire ecosystem of moving into the renewable energies. Not only that, the person who invented lithium battery realized that there is a lot of health-related issues which can be done because of the lithium, the way we do it, not only the health-related, but to the ecosystem. So now there are certain industries or certain educational institutions which are actually now working on the sodium-based what we call the batteries. So next future that we see in next 10 years, we'll start seeing sodium-based batteries. There is a setup in Germany which is actually using the entire solar energy and tidal energy just to make hydrogen and oxygen during the day, so that now you can bring in the vehicles which are made from hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to be the future. Now we require Indian companies to think about this. I don't want people, we don't want as in India to think, hey, there is a company, they are doing this research in America, that is a company which is doing something, we have got sufficient talent. These are really interesting solutions to it. Now, if you think, so I've given you quite a lot of interesting problems or interesting realistic things that need to do. Now, please understand there is a market for it. Why I'm saying so is like, if you see the size of Indian market, so India over the last 21 years, so almost 20 years back, India was doing digital exports somewhere in tune of $20 billion. You know what is the number today? The number today is, if nothing, has reached $150 billion. The technology export that India does today, as of September 2021, is $150 billion. If India could do that in technology, if we move into green, we expect, if nothing, this can be the renewable energy exports from India should be $500 billion in the next 20 years. I'm not talking a million, 10 million, 2 million. If you go to a venture capitalist and say, hey, I see a market which is probably $1 billion, venture capitalists will be more than happy to write you checks. In India, we are saying a market. So market capacity is going to be something like absolutely $1 trillion, and we are saying $500 billion only will be the exports. So it's a massive market. If you have really good ideas and good spirit to work into this area, you will absolutely make millions of dollars, not only for yourself, not only for the country. Secondly, also if you see, and these are the reasons, and these are the very much reasons for business houses like, Reliance and Adani to come into it. If you talk about Reliance, Mukesh Ambani in one of his recent speeches, he said, the consumer per capita in India is probably the cheapest in the world. It's one of the cheapest in the world. So now in that case, we have got the resources. And that is where this is what is making the market size, which is more than $1 trillion. We have export opportunity next 20 years, which is more than $500 billion. Is making the big guys like Reliance and others to come in, and the innovations that we work on. So innovation. So what exactly THUB is doing at the moment is like, THUB is helping you to create your products. THUB is helping you, nurturing you with creating your own products, your own ideas, your own solutions. And the customers, so we work with corporates like Adani, we work with corporates like Reliance, we work with Raytheon, which is one of the world's biggest defense company, OTSA and whatnot. So what we do is like we understand what they are doing, what this corporate is doing, and help these startups so that they can get acquired, they can make good product, they can either provide their innovations to these companies. So please look at the innovation. That is a big market, that is a big opportunity in terms of energy, and there is a lot of availability of grants now from a perspective of government, central government, and these were challenges that I told you that please think about battery storages, where Adani is thinking to invest more than 1,500 crores. Please think of creating green energy or clean energy kind of solutions. I would say, who is a smart engineer today? I would tell you a smart engineer today will be who's actually working on Bitcoins. Why? Because it gives you a lot of money. But I'll tell you, the cost of electricity is really very high to do it. So now people have started thinking that why can't I make a small wind panel or windmill for myself, which will connect only to my CPU throughout the day and generate Bitcoins for me. Because this is the future. This is where Adani wants to get it. This is where Reliance wants to get it. If you can crack that code today, you're talking a few $1 million or few $1 billion. So that is the future challenge. The future challenge is, can you find an alternative to lithium? Can sodium be a really one? Can you create that first battery here in India today, taking help of THUB or ni-msme before it gets created in Canada? Or can you think of using the seawater to separate electrolysis with a cheaper version rather than getting it done in Germany, and can India do it? So that our automotive sector really forays and comes better than, creates better automotives than Tesla. These opportunities are here in front of you. We are seeing venture capital pouring in India like anything. This is the right spot. That could not be any other spot of thinking entrepreneurship in green area and thinking. And if you want support systems, you have THUB today, you have ni-msme today to support you. Just a request that think this as an area, as green technologies, and start working on it. Thank you.
It was really informative. What we had expected, we got more than that. Thank you, Sriram. And definitely the direction, the path he had shown today to all of us, at least we will try. We will try to follow the path, and also we will open the website of THUB. We will see the opportunities they are offering, and we will also communicate to them to get the better guidance. And if 5 or 10 from this gathering really become a good entrepreneur and start a business, not only with green energy, but with also the other related business, that will be a contribution to the nation. Thank you, Sriram. So now I will request, Sharaf is not seen, so Rama Devi, please take a saplings and offer to our guest from British Deputy High Commission, Shushmita. Shushmita, please receive that. She is expert in energy. She is advisor to the Deputy High Commissioner, Dr. Andrew Fleming, in the energy-related matter. So, India has very long business relation, cultural relation, and many other relations with United Kingdom, especially with Great Britain, and nowadays England. So in our time, we did not have the dream to visit US. When we were in middle of 80s or early 90s, we all wanted to go either to Germany or United Kingdom. So our uncles or the people of that time did that only. So from that time, we had a very strong bondage, industrial bondage, economic bondage, cultural bondage with UK. I think Indians will be the second largest community in UK. First largest community, non-British, non-white community in UK. So it is very interesting that how Indians wait there and slowly they, I should not use the word capture, but they have penetrated in the market of United Kingdom. So today I'm very happy. When I visited the high-tech city in the month of November, I got the chance to see their stall and also got the chance to meet some of their officers. From that time, I had the feeling, even our Director General, Dr. Glory Saropa also advised me to have an exclusive session with the international relation. So we have another speaker after Governor Madam leaves us. So we have another speaker from Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. He is the Director of South Zone. He will also be joining. So we will be listening to Mr. Srijit Menon, who took the trouble to come from Chennai to give us to deliver us his speech and to enlighten us about the possibilities of for you, especially for you, to enter in the UK market with the energy related services and products. Srijit, please.
Whoever titled this is a very strong man. Anyways, thank you very much, sir, for this kind words of introduction. As sir mentioned, my name is Srijit Menon. I am from the British Deputy High Commission in Chennai, and I'm from the Department for International Trade. So basically, there's a lot of questions we get asked in terms of what does the British Deputy High Commission do, what does the Department for International Trade do, and what is basically the difference between a High Commission and an embassy or a consulate. Let's put that question out of the air. A High Commission or an embassy or a consulate, everything is the same. It's just the difference when it comes to diplomatic relations in terms of Commonwealth countries. So all Commonwealth countries will have High Commissions, and the non-Commonwealth countries is embassies and consulates. Within that, within the UK government system, we have the Department for International Trade, which I represent, and we work between the India-UK corridors, specifically on trade and investment activities, supporting businesses between the UK and India, let that be on technology transfer, let it be in terms of partnerships, academic, scientific, research, innovation, financing, and funding. Now, before I went ahead, just a massive thank you to the organizers for inviting me here today. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here. And you just heard from Sriram. He's actually stolen a lot of points away from mine. So I had to cut down my speech by literally 10 minutes, so not a very long one. But no, thank you so much for having me here today. I lead on certain subsectors in renewable energy for trade investment. So I am an offshore wind specialist. However, I also look at EV charging infrastructure from a civic infrastructure point of view, anything to do with energy storage solutions. So you heard from Sriram on storage and the importance of non-lithium ion-based storage solutions. And I'll come to that in a second as well, on how we've worked with Indian companies to bring in those kind of non-lithium ion storage solutions. I also look at anything to do with solar or onshore wind, and that's another area that we work actively with Indian companies. Before I speak about opportunities, there's a reason why we're all here together. We're talking about renewable energy, and the reason we're talking about renewable energy is only one goal, and it's climate change. Climate change is real. I don't know how many of you have heard different world leaders talking about climate change not being real, or a couple of other speakers saying or mentioning in the past in the various forums, like climate change really doesn't have the science. There is science behind it. Climate change is absolutely real. I don't know how many of you have seen the latest IPCC report that talks about climate change. We are facing a global challenge, a global climate challenge, and that is where we need to be addressing the issues that we are facing, and that's how climate change needs to be a core topic. And this conference essentially is also talking about climate change from an angle that you're talking about green energy. Green energy, renewables, is an answer in terms of cutting down on fossil consumption. Fossil consumption, I'm sure you're reading the newspapers every day. You're seeing how your fossil prices, especially your fuel prices, are going up. I think today it went up 80 paise. The reason for that is the volatility, and more and more situations arise geopolitically as well as from other circumstances. Fossil prices are going to constantly go up. From a renewable energy perspective, at least, it kind of allows us to cut down our emissions, and that's what we really need to be thinking about. How do we cut down our emissions in a very efficient manner and in a way that's sustainable for the future, not just for me, not just for you, but for future generations? And that's what our end result needs to be thinking about. We're talking about solar panels. We're in 2022, but we're still talking about efficiency of solar panels being what, 22%, 23%? Why are we not cracking beyond that? We're still working on a system where solar panel efficiency is only plus 23% in 2022. We still need to be pushing way beyond that. And now you're seeing various other sources of energy coming out. So there's hydrogen. India is now on the verge of becoming a major hydrogen hub in the world. You must have heard Prime Minister Modi announce the hydrogen mission. You must have heard about the various initiatives of various state governments across India talking about hydrogen. And there's a reason why hydrogen is slowly picking up as well. And that's because of the application of hydrogen. You can decarbonize your industries. You can, that's an alternative fuel as well for vehicles. There's so many applications for hydrogen that a lot of people at the moment are realizing and investing into. Large companies across India, look at Reliance, like Sriram was mentioning, Reliance, Adani, they've all announced major plans, gigafactories for hydrogen. And that's because of the vision of the next big thing, that not just for India, but for the world. That's another area of importance for us. We have an existing partnership with India on hydrogen as well as offshore wind and the whole gamut of renewables. How many of you have heard of COP26? Yeah, COP26. So the COP26 was hosted last year in the UK, specifically in Scotland. And world leaders, it was an opportunity to bring together world leaders, talk about climate change, talk about the pressing matters, address certain challenges that we were facing, and see how we stuck within the Paris Accord, or even push our boundaries and break those boundaries and have goals and objectives being aligned to achieving those climate change targets that we want. From COP26, we were also able to have bilateral conversations. So Prime Minister Modi met with Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We were able to have conversations around India's India-led International Solar Alliance, how the UK is participating on that. We were able to have conversations around hydrogen, offshore wind, EV charging infrastructure, and there's a couple of other projects that we have ongoing with India. And this is where I bring back the topic of opportunity. Now, opportunity comes in various forms. It's not just commercial, but the opportunity that lies ahead for us in renewables is A, decarbonizing industries, which obviously reduces the emissions. Your second opportunity, and I'm not talking commercials at the moment, I'm just talking about how we are able to bring about change. Decarbonize your industry, change the mindset of people, stop wasting electricity, stop relying on fossil-driven sources of power. That we need to change mindset in a way that allows for renewables as well as other green sources of energy and power to be used within our generic ecosystem. So that's another opportunity. Then bring in commercials. You have solar. Sriram was talking about energy storage solutions. The latest ones being sodium. It's a very valid point that was raised earlier that the lithium ion actually isn't the way forward when it comes to storage solutions. What happens? You're seeing all these EV cars that are coming out. What happens when these EV cars' batteries are depleted? What happens to those batteries? Where are you going to dispose them, and how are they going to be disposed? There's a lot of questions around that, and this is where sodium-based storage solutions come into the picture. Just so you know, we recently helped push through a deal with Reliance and Faraday batteries from the UK on sodium sodium technology, so sodium batteries being manufactured in India. And that basically is another step in terms of how we help support businesses in India connect with UK companies and technologies. Now, talking about the opportunity in terms of businesses and entrepreneurs like yourselves, we have multiple programs across the UK-India partnership corridor. That will be scientific, research and innovation, trade, investment, and then green technology, depending on what you're involved in. And then comes in your export financing. You have equity-based financing, debt financing, those kind of things. A couple of other areas that we work actively on is the equity-based financing in partnership with NIIF, which is the National Infrastructure Investment Fund. So there's a £120 million investment that is put in by the UK government and the Indian government, where we work in partnership to create a fund called the Green Growth Equity Fund. Now, the Green Growth Equity Fund, which is headquartered in Delhi, basically makes a majority stake investments as equity into businesses who are looking for equity capital. That's another area where the UK and India partnership works, is making those kind of investments in green businesses. The other one is supporting your ambitions on energy transition. Now, there's a lot of companies out there who want to transition to green. They might be heavily driven on fossil fuels. They might be heavily relying on fossil fuels, but they want to slowly move away to green energy. Maybe to say, maybe to make it shareholders happy. You never know. But that said, there is opportunity for that as well, and it's never too late. It is every single person's responsibility to be pushing those kind of companies as well. We call them dirty companies. Oil and gas companies are called dirty companies for a reason, because they pollute. Now, in terms of how we help support is energy transition, and that's a brilliant way of us decarbonizing industries. There's something called the UK Export Finance, UKEF. UKEF has a £4 billion appetite for India. So that's £4 billion of export credit guarantee that's available for industries and businesses in India to use for bringing in UK technology or partnerships. And that's also available for project financing. Now, you can avail these kind of facilities either by contacting people like myself or my colleague Sushmita, who's based in Hyderabad. And that kind of offers an opportunity for you to partner with UK companies. Another area that we work on is to specific project financing through an agency based in Bangalore. It's a direct UK government financing agency used to be called CDC, it's now called BII, British International Investments. They have just recently been given a mandate of £1.2 billion, which was announced, I don't know how many of you heard last year, towards November, the UK finance minister and the Indian finance minister announced a £1.2 billion renewable energy investment portfolio for India. That allocation has now been given to British International Investments, and they will make those investments in India either through equity or either through debt financing. We will be more than happy to introduce those kind of financing options for yourselves if that is of interest. And the final point I just wanted to mention is, in terms of opportunity, is innovation. Now, the heart of any change is always going to be innovation. If you do not innovate, you're not going ahead. It is going to be stagnant. Now, innovating gives us hope and gives us future. That innovation is where we want to be pushing as well, and that's where we want to be targeting. We want to be pushing for innovation, we want to be pushing for that development, and we want to be supporting those innovative thought processes in technology and development. So I was just speaking to Sriram as well earlier of how we're looking for partners in India, partners where we can introduce UK SMEs, MSMEs to Indian SMEs. Companies who have thought about an idea in the UK but want to test it out here in India. Or Indian companies who have an idea here but want to test it out in the UK. We want to create that gap, or sorry, not gap actually. I don't want a gap, I want to be bridging the gap. We want to be creating the bridge between the UK and India for those kind of MSMEs between both the countries to be able to test your technology, test your ideas, test your innovations, And this is where we have multiple programs that are slowly coming in. We have partnerships with various state governments on these kind of things. I think Sir mentioned in the beginning about the cultural connect between UK and India. We have a term for it. It's called the living bridge. There's a huge amount of movement between UK and India, let it be from a people's perspective, for education, for technology, for businesses. There's so many different ways that living bridge concept comes into the picture. And this also applies for entrepreneurs. Is for MSMEs here in India to test out your innovation technology in the UK, and we can support you with that. Or for UK MSMEs to be able to come and partner with yourselves here in India and offer that as a platform for them to test out your products. It could either be in EV charging infrastructure, it could be solar, it could be anything on the lines of wind, even ancillary products and services. So if there's anything of that sort that is of interest for you, please do reach out to us. We'd be more than happy to help support your transition, your journey, and also support your innovation through partnerships, either with companies or universities or tech academic partnerships as well. So on that note, I have gone on for a while. But on that note, I hope I haven't bored anyone else either. Thank you very much for having me here today. And I hope I've given some amount of information for you to take away after my speech. So thank you very much, and hopefully I'll get to talk to you all after. Thank you.
So, Rabindranath Tagore, the first Nobel laureate of Asia, had written some of the pieces of the renowned piece of work Gitanjali by sitting beside the river Thames. Rabindranath Tagore once told, the feeling he gets by walking beside the river Ganga, the same feeling he gets by walking beside the river Thames. So India has a relation, as I said, cultural, economic, trade relation. The bond will increase in course of time because of the effort of Sushmita, Srijit, and the other officials, whoever are there in all the British offices in India. And definitely this tie-up will help all the younger generation, not only here, even in India also. So now I will request the chairperson. He has very patiently heard the two speakers, the two very knowledgeable speakers, young and knowledgeable speakers, and to summation of this section.
Thank you for the speakers. They have elaborated on the topic, a lot of opportunities what they have. They are working with this council. And I think this information, the data what they have given, it will be useful for our stakeholders who are working in this area, this non-traditional energy resources. As they have mentioned, a lot of technology is available, but we need the utility of the technology. He said the innovation is going to make the future. If we don't innovate, I think we will not go forward. So the technology what we teach in our classroom, in the textbooks, yes, it is applicable technology, but to bring it to the utilization, so a lot of practical things we have to look into that. Designing of the different projects for different capacities, and feasibility of the project, making the general or local population to know about the technology utility and how to operate the things, how to maintain the non-traditional, non-conventional resources. So all these, I think they have elaborated. the information they have shared with the audience really is useful for the further who are working on that, maybe in their business or in their research or making the new products. As you know that we have, they are having a lot of innovative activities. That is, they do the designs and other new things with their students and participants, and lot of incubations are they are taking with the universities. I think this information what they have shared is very much useful. I think these database, I think it is available for you at the end of this session. I think this database we are sharing with the participants. So please make use of this database for enhancing your business capabilities. With these few words, I congratulate both of them for giving a lot of information in the area of green energy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Before the session concludes, I will request the Director General, Honorable Dr. S. Glory Swarupa Madam, to felicitate our guests, speakers here with a small moment. Madam is felicitating now Sri Ramaya, Vice President Bihar. Madam is felicitating Srijit Menon, British Deputy High Commission Chairman. Not last but the least, Professor Nazrul Hussain, Registrar JNPU Hyderabad. With this, the permission of our Director General, I will conclude this session for 10 minutes, and by that time 11:30, our chief guest, respected Honorable Commander of Telangana, Madam, will be arriving. Make sure by 11:25, you all switch off your mobile phone. Do not go out of this room because that is not allowed by the security people. And please be on your seat and patiently hear whatever the speakers, the respective speakers, and our Governor Madam tells. If you want a bio break, go and come back within 5 minutes by switching off your mobile phone. Thank you. See, please do not take more than 5 minutes time. Please do not take more than 5 minutes time. Officials have already arrived. Anytime, Madam might come. So be ready for that. be ready to receive her. It is a great honor for the National Institute for Micro Small Medium Enterprise, Chandrakant Solar, ACIC Foundation, and also for the task. So to host madam at this session. So please be in your seat as much as possible, but by switching off your mobile phone. This is a conference to share knowledge, the knowledge on green energy. And the people whom you got here, they are really expert on that. Whether it is the ex-energy secretary or present energy secretary. I had heard them to speak many times in last 3-4 months in Hyderabad, and they really have knowledge. And our Janaya Garu, a very good friend of Bengal, West Bengal, he knows a little bit of Bengali also, because he had a Bengali roommate for 3.5 years in LIT Warangal. So he has also supported us by giving his valuable advices at the early stage. So we are thankful to everyone. Officially, vote of thanks will be given. But before the madam comes, I want all of you to listen how this thing has been developed. So it was a journey which is not going to complete today. The destination is always moves away because target is never changing. Target is never accomplished. Dream we will always keep on in our mind as per the direction of Dr. Kalam, and we will try to transform them into thought and the thought into action. I have become old. Maybe after 20 years I will not be there, but many of you will be there who will keep on the carry on the thought, the inspiration of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Whatever is happening in India today, it was because of the inspiration of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam as president. Am I wrong, Devendra Reddy? It is Dr. Kalam who had given the idea of energy efficiency, who had given the idea of energy conservation, and finally the energy security. So for last 12 years, I am taking classes on all these subjects. I mean, every class I mentioned about it. So now the new generation has come. Now the new people have come. So definitely they will also guide us. They will guide us to take the ways, various ways. Now, when we were in college, it was only solar. Now it is not solar only. We have hydrogen. In our first meeting, Venkat said how his company is making the plan to invest in hydrogen and also to contribute in 500 gigawatt, maybe 1 gigawatt, but will be contributed by Venkat. That he made promise. So there will be many entrepreneurs like them, Devendra, Venkat, and many others. There will be many who will really play with this ball. The foundation is created by the people of old people of our church. And the support we need, sir, from Iran, because India has a very good tie-up with Iran with energy security. So definitely we will be visiting you for time and again. We will be studying for time and again, and we will be taking advice from you and the technology perhaps. So we will develop India as an energy secure country. So whatever the discussion will be taking place in next 2 days, we had a very wonderful discussion in this morning. We will be having more discussions. This session will continue after that. After the inaugural session, we will be having, sir, we will be having the regional director of Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, who will come in online. Mr. Mallikarjun Shivarama Appa, he will be joining us from Chennai in online mode. And also Dr. Tata Narsingh Rao, he is the director of ARCI Hyderabad. They will be joining to speak in the continued session after the inaugural session. They are very knowledgeable person. We have heard the perspective of UK. We will also hear the perspective of Germany. So in all sense, this session will be a very fruitful session. So Srikant Sinha is also there. He is also our advisor. I will request him, please. So Srikant Sinha, CEO of TASK, Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge. So he is also our advisor and had given really in all our tweets or any other social media posting, he had reciprocated. He had retweeted or given like and helped us to have the better outreach to the people of Telangana. And I'm also happy to say that don't think that these are the only participants. Once we made it an online mode also, we have more than 200 participants in online now. So Chandrasekhar, he is working tirelessly to manage them, and we will really having now at present more than 400 participants here and there. So we are all waiting eagerly for the arrival of our respected madam. So maybe in a minute or two, she will be arriving with us. Okay. We should also say a few words about the people who had supported us. We got support, as you can see in the banner. We got support from NABARD, Hyderabad. We got support from BCS, Values Consultancy Services Private Limited. We got support from CP, Hyderabad branch. We got also support from Sagar Asia Group. So they are the people who came forward to organize this event. And also there are some exhibitors which Eraj, Managing Director, had organized, and we also got from our own channel some exhibitors. One, Mr. Ramchandra Renewable of BVRIT College, he is also has given a stall over there. Some other people also have given stalls over there. So we will be having this conference. We have the plan to host this conference annually. So there is no rest for Kaushik, Venkat or Devendra. So from April only, we will start thinking of how to organize in a much better way in next year. We will be doing that. One announcement I would like to make, that once our Honorable Governor Madam arrives, we will request her to put water in this plant. So instead of any lightning, we have the plan to inaugurate this conference by putting water on the plant, and also to take the oath to preserve the plants and soil. So I would like to inform all of you to be ready for that purpose also. When she comes and pours the water on the plant, please give a very good clap. Okay.
Hyderabad in 1962. With the challenge to promote small-scale industry, it was rechristened as the National Institute of Small Industry Extension Training in 1984. The promotion, development, and competitiveness of micro, small, medium enterprises on the global scene, it evolved into the National Institute of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. ni-msme stands for the MSME Act 2006. Ever since its origin, ni-msme has been playing a vital role in creating a pro-business environment for the micro and small enterprises in villages to the medium enterprises in cities, based on the principles of education, self-sustenance, and entrepreneurial leadership training. In line with its mission to create a competent entrepreneur, ni-msme is facilitating that acquisition through the promotion of agro and food enterprises by empowering women with capacity building skills in the management of micro enterprises. ni-msme's programs are meticulously evolved to encompass the business strategies, planning, innovation support, quality management, promotion, and skill development of MSMEs. While retaining the wisdom of traditional practices in academics, ni-msme is leaping ahead with an intense edge by focusing on training, research, and consultancy assignments, spotlighting topical issues, innovative interventions, and international trade opportunities for SMEs for an integrated development of human. Regularly adapting itself to the market demands is the secret to ni-msme's evolution over the decades. Keeping pace with modern times, the training facilities and academics at ni-msme are regularly tailor-made to achieve faster economic growth. The campus is set amidst the city of Hyderabad, in a serene natural ecology of flora and fauna. The infrastructure facilities at ni-msme Green Campus are on par with international standards. Participants are trained on state-of-the-art training facilities with sophisticated instructional and functional gadgets in well-equipped modern labs. The hands-on experience obtained from expert faculty in the ultra-modern classrooms, interactive conferences, workshops, and exhibitions of ni-msme makes learning an enriching experience for the trainee. The Resource Center of Information for Industry and Business under Small Enterprises National Documentation Center is serving the knowledge seekers and students alike in pursuing their academic goals. Integrated with Sendoc, ni-msme's library is a treat to work with, quenching the needs of trainees with its valuable collection of books, journals, publications, and reports. The core activities of ni-msme are implemented through the following divisions: Center for Industrial Planning and Development, Center for Policy Research, National Resource Center for Cluster Development, Center for Promotion of Advanced Management Practices, Center for Industrial Credit and Financial Services, Center for Logistics and Integrated Material Systems, Center for Environment Conservation, Intellectual Property Facilitation Center for MSMEs, Center for Entrepreneurship and Industrial Extension, Center for Consultancy and Counseling,
Center for Communication and Information Technology, Small Enterprises National Documentation Center, Economic Investigation and Statistics Cell, ni-msme NGO Net, Women's Studies Cell, Employee Assistance Cell, Live Project Cell, Goods and Services Tax Cell, and Livelihood Business Incubator. ni-msme is moving towards long-term courses like postgraduate diploma in entrepreneurship and enterprise development and functional short-term courses based on MSME industry needs. Livelihood Business Incubator and ATI Cell are thoughtful initiatives, providing skills to unemployed youth and creating a favorable ecosystem for entrepreneurial development. Need-based courses like bakery, fashion design, photography, IT-enabled services are offered here to train the youth for self-sustaining employment opportunities. Keeping the body and spirit in the
Madam will be arriving in 2 minutes. The car has almost yet to come near to the campus. Please either switch off or keep your mobile phone in silent mode, at least for 1 hour. This is the instruction of the governor office. Please take your seat. We can hear the sound of the vehicle. I think the Honorable Governor has arrived. So be ready to receive her with grace and honor. Yes, she has arrived. In less than 2 minutes, she will be here. Keep your mobile phone switched off or in silent mode for some time, please. Chandrasekhar, be careful with the audio, please. Please get ready to receive Honorable Governor of Telangana State and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Sundari Rajan, with all grace and honor. It is a historic day for the National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, that a conference is going to be inaugurated by the Honorable Governor of the Telangana State. Please welcome her. Now, we will request our Honorable Chief to pour water onto the plant, because we have to protect, we have to save our land, we have to protect our bhumi. Bhumi is holding back. So I will request Mr. Financial Water, Consul General of Iran, to join her to pour the water on the plant. Please keep on giving clap, keep on giving clap. This is a historical day, not only for the institute, but also for the Hyderabad, that the inauguration is taking place by pouring water on the plant. Maybe first time in India, to protect the land, to protect our motherland. Now I request for Chief Guest, Honorable our Governor Madam, to be at the stage. I will request Special Chief Secretary, Secretary of Energy, Sunil Sharma Garu, to be on the stage. Kavya Bastaran, please be on the stage. Okay, Mr. D, please be on the stage. I will request everybody to stand for our national anthem.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Uttar, Punjab. Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Janaditaramna Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashisha Mange Nare Tava Jaya Gatha Jaya Jaya Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He
Jai. Sincere thanks to everybody to cooperate with us. Now the program will start. The welcome address will be given by the person, none other but the Director General of National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise, Dr. S. Glory Sarupa. She had shared a dream with us. She told me, Sandeep, this should not be a conference only. You have to create a platform which will give the guidance not only to these city people, but also nationally and internationally to the other stakeholders to work with renewable energy. So, with all humbleness, I will request the Director General to give the welcome address.
Namaskar. It's my privilege to welcome this chief guest, Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan, Honorable Governor of Telangana and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, to the International Conference on Green Energy, Powering MSMEs for Future, sponsored by NABARD Hyderabad, Sagar Asia Group, CT Hyderabad, and Virus Consultancy Services Private Limited. Madam, we are very much privileged to have you as chief guest today with us. And this is a 60-year-old organization. We are serving the MSME sector and spreading entrepreneurship development. And we have contributed significantly for the development and growth of MSMEs in our country. And we do a lot of training programs, capacity building, research, consultancy, information services, short-term education programs, and policy advocacy to Government of India and various other ministries. We trained over 5 lakh Indian officers and 10,000 international executives sponsored under the ITIC scheme of Ministry of External Affairs, and we completed 949 research studies to Government of India. Our executive programs reach 150 nations, including Asia and Africa and many other countries across the globe. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable His Excellency Shri Mahdi Sharogi, Consul General of Iran, Hyderabad. We welcome him, sir. And a warm welcome to Shri Sunil Sharmaji, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, and also Shri Ajay Mishraji, IAS, retired, at present Director General, Renewable Energy Society of India, and former Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana. We also respectfully recognize the presence and we acknowledge the presence of eminent speakers and exhibitors, entrepreneurs, academicians, scholars, students, development professionals, practitioners, officials from R&D institutions. We also welcome Sri Sujit Menon, Senior Trade and Investment Advisor, British Deputy High Commission, and Honorable Registrar, JNTU Hyderabad, Sri Vidyasagarji, CMD Sagar Asia, and also our Honorable Governing Council member, Sri Seraphim, DGM NABARD, who has sponsored this program, and also Sri Vidyasagarji, again from DGM from SIDBI. We welcome each and everyone, and not to forget the friends and the journalists, reporters from print and social media. A warm welcome to each one of you to this international conference, which is going to spread the information and knowledge and skills related to the global developments on green energy. Thank you, one and all. Once again, welcome.
After her speech, I will request our Director General, ni-msme, to felicitate all the guests with the saplings. First, to the Honorable Chief Guest, to the Consulate General of Iran, to Sri Shunil Sharma ji, to Sri Ajay Mishra ji, a very well wisher of the institute. So there is a shortage of time. Everybody knows that. Governor has so many meetings today. I will request our first guest of honor, Sri Shunil Sharma Garu, IAS, Special Secretary, Special Chief Secretary of Government of Telangana, Department of Housing and Energy, to deliver his speech.
Honorable Governor of Telangana and Acting Governor Petersby, Dr. Srimati Kamansai Manranjan Garu, DG of ni-msme, Dr. Glory Swarupa Garu, DG of Renewable Energy Society of India, and Special Chief Secretary of Telangana, Shri Ajay Mishra Garu, Honorable Consulate General of Iran, Mr. Mehdi Sharaf Toki Garu, all the distinguished guests here today. It is indeed a very good day today, and we really congratulate the National Institute of ni-msme for having such a good meeting today, conference today. And we are highly honored that respected Madam has faced the occasion, because Madam, in the last meeting also I had the views of Madam. Madam is really interested in seeing that we go for renewable energy, more and more renewable energy. And the governor's residence also has taken up 100% solar energy, and we are able to do renewable energy generation of electricity in the governor's residence. Thank you, Madam. And thanks for coming for this function, Madam. Today, the MSME is organizing a very good seminar because this is the need of it. Today, as you know, that the core for the development of any society, any country, any city, any state is electricity, power. Unless and power is nothing. All the industries, residential areas, even agriculture is dependent on power. So we have to draw water from the earth and we have to irrigate. But then if you go on producing power which is non-renewable and supplying power to these different sectors, a day will come when all the sources will be coal. Coal, which is most important today, then in some countries it is to oil, and some countries it is to gas. Once these resources are over, then we'll be left with nothing. Then if we start thinking then about renewable energy, non-renewable renewable energy, then it will be too late. So we should start thinking from now onwards, which are the renewable energy sources we can concentrate on, and how we can shift to renewable energy today. Slowly, we should go on with this, and we should see that we switch on to that in a phased manner, in a system. We are very proud to say that in Telangana, the per capita consumption of electricity is more than the national average. It is 2,071 units, which is more than the national average 1,208 units. And We are planning to add another 11,000 megawatts in the next 4 to 5 years. And we are also very proud to say that 24-hour supply of current is there to the farmers, who are the real grain producers of the country and of the state. Unless until they produce, we cannot eat anything. So we have to really support the farmers. For that, the state has taken the initiative, and for the first time, 24-hour supply of current is there for the farmers, which is free of cost. And the government of India has taken a very good and ambitious project of generating 100 gigawatts of solar with 40 gigawatts of solar rooftop. We are going in this line, and we are very proud to say that today the solar generation in our country, in our state, is 25% of what we are producing, as compared to what it was 2% in the state was formed. The state has taken a leap of coming to this 25%, and we want to go further up and take this solar rooftop and other solar generating units, which will really add up to our renewable energy generation. And for solar, we have, now the figure is 4,430 megawatts. In this solar is 3,900 megawatts. It's an appreciable increase, but we have to do much in this field to ensure that we come up with the standards of going and producing a lot of renewable energy. And for solar rooftop, we are doing 200 megawatts today. And many people are, there's another scheme of government has a cushion scheme. That also, wherever the load is more in some of the substation, we are taking the cushion scheme. There solar will be generated, and those will be covered under solar. Those agricultural connection will be covered under solar. So all these initiatives are being taken up in the state. We are proud to say that. Now, very recently, the sector which is picking up in renewable energy is the electric. And I personally have one electric vehicle, and I'm very happy with the electric vehicle because the charging is, I mean to say that cost of charging is very low. It is coming to 150 rupees per kilometer. And I have got it fixed in my house, that charging. And I have got solar also. So I will tell you the economics in the layman's terms, without going into the units of what you say, kilowatt and all that. So I have got it fixed in my house. Earlier I was getting a bill of 8,000 rupees without charging of the window. 7,000 rupees. Last month I got it installed, and half month only I am not full month because calculation for half month. This month I got a bill of 2,000 rupees, which includes the charging of the vehicle also. And I'm doing a lot of cooling also. So what is happening now with 2,000 rupees, I am able to give the entire bill of motors. That includes AC also, because AC is also running out, slightly hot also, including 2 to 3 ACs which are running, plus charging of the vehicle also, which is covered. Some days it has covered something like 200, 300, 200,000. Just imagine maintaining a vehicle and giving the entire bill of the house. I am paying only 2,000. So apart from preserving the atmosphere, preserving the environment, not polluting the environment, I am also saving money. So this can be adopted. Today people are talking about charging stations. Okay, charging stations are coming up. Today we have got 157 EV stations, another 800 are coming up. But still that is there, wherever anybody has got an individual house, he can go for solar and he can go for charging station at home. Just like charging your cell phone, you can charge your car. And next day in the morning, it is fully charged. What I'm trying to say, it has to catch the imagination of the person. Then only it will pick up. Now, solar rooftop is really catching up. And after I installed it in the house, many people or my neighbors are asking that please give me the number of the person who installed it. And they are speaking to him and they're getting it installed. So if you go in this way, if many people take up solar rooftops and they take up electric vehicles, then you imagine the load on the what you say non-renewable sources will decrease. And renewable will, because renewable energy is gifted by God on a daily basis. On a daily basis, we get. What we get on a daily basis? We get sunlight on a daily basis. If something which is coming to us on a daily basis, why should we not depend on that and depend on these resource which is taken millions of years to accumulate. All of you know that coal, it has taken millions of years to form coal. A short way of cutting it and using it. So that also is necessary. I'm not saying that 100% we can go for solar, but as much as possible, let us use solar and let us go for renewable energy. Then we will be able to take it up in a very efficient manner. And in our state, I should mention that Madam, the REDCO is the department which is taking it up. Mr. Jane, the VC of that, he is very efficient in this manner, and he is encouraging people to take up EV and all the charging stations are being taken up by the state, and also we are taking up the solar rooftop in a big way. So definitely, it will not only help the environment, we help the public also. The people who can get it installed. So we are very happy, ma'am, and we will ensure that our state comes first in the solar renewable energy, ma'am, and we under the guidance of Madam and under the support of Madam, we'll take it up in a big way, and we'll be the first in the state. And once again, thanks to NSME for starting such a good program and seeing that everybody benefits. It's a win-win situation. We will all work for that and see that. Thank you. Thank you.
For the time being, we all forgot that we were listening to the Special Chief Secretary Energy. We thought the professor of JNU University, head of the Department Energy, was delivering lecture. We are very much thankful for giving all the data set, and definitely Telangana State, with the guidance of Honorable Madam and all the officers, will definitely catch the height which we expect. So I will now request Shri Mahalvi Shahrukhi, Honorable Consul General of Iran, to say a few words to us.
Dr. Honorable Governor of Telangana, Mr. Soni Shah, Chief Secretary of Energy Department, Government of Telangana, Mr. Raja Mishra, Chief Secretary and Director General of Energy, Dr. Suvaraka, Director General of National Institute of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Telangana, and Dr. Sandeep Chaturvediyya, founder, Chandra to Solar Research Energy. A very good time to all of you. A very good morning and a very good noon. I'm happy to be here. Of course, when somebody like a Consul General is invited and participates in such a function, he has to share information regarding what's going on in this country and what kinds of fields is available to have cooperation. I already prepared actually a lecture to give some information. Because of shortening of the time, I will try to give you the basic information regarding the green and renewable energy in Iran. I'm sure many of you are aware that at present, most of the energy used in Iran is supplied from fossil fuels. The positive measures taken in recent years with the construction of several dams and completion of our nuclear power plant project have increased the share of nuclear energy and hydropower in the country's energy basket. However, Iran is a hot and dry country, and electricity generation from hydropower plants is not a sustainable source of energy. The use of renewable energy in Iran is still less than 1% of total energy consumption in the country. According to the 5-year Law of 6 Development Plan of Iran, which almost finishes this year, the government has been obliged to maximize the share of renewable and clean energy plants with the priority of investing in the non-governmental sector, domestic or foreign, with maximum use of domestic capacity until the end of the program law reaching to 5% of the country's electricity capacity. Also, according to the approval of the cabinet of Iran in 2016, and according to our constitution, all administrations, governmental institutions, companies, public, non-governmental organizations, banks, municipalities, according to the list who has been designated and published by the Ministry of Energy, are duly required in 2 years since passing this bill to allocate at least 20% of the electricity consumption of their buildings from renewable energy. Iran is one of the countries in the solar energy radiant belt, and therefore has a high potential for solar energy. Southern Iran is in good shape in this regard. Iran has 300 sunny days a year. Solar energy can be used to generate electricity whenever needed. Many sources have been identified for the use of wind energy in the country as well. Naturally, it is possible that more than 2/3 of the capacity of the fossil fuel plants that use oil and gas will be supplied by wind. And Iran's oil and gas resources can create more added value and be used in petrochemicals and exports. Comparing the efficiency of renewable energy with fossil fuel power plants, we see that the efficiency of thermal power plants that burn oil and gas is about 30 to 50%. In other words, in the best power plants that produce electricity under modern world standards, the maximum efficiency for the combined cycle does not increase by more than 50%. Between 1/3 and 1/2 of the oil and gas sources that enter these power plants are wasted in the form of heat and air pollutants. Transmission lines from the power plant to consumer have losses of 20 to 25%. While there are no such restrictions in renewable energy, whether solar or wind. The grand plan of Iran is to optimize the use of fossil energy resources and improve the utilization of various renewable energy sources to meet part of the country's growing energy needs. Limited fossil fuels, high annual growth of energy consumption in Iran, leaving the group of oil exporters from the end of this century, and of course the cessation of renewable revenues from oil exports will cause a serious impact on the country's development process without the necessary planning and forecasts. The technical and economic inefficiency of energy consumption and the loss of nearly 1/3 of the total energy consumption processes and resulting environmental problems will already reveal the need to manage energy consumption and increase energy efficiency and productivity in our country. At present, there are 900 megawatts of renewable power plants in the country's electricity network. And the Ministry of Energy of Iran has been obliged to add 10,000 megawatts to the capacity of renewable power plants within 4 years. Of the 900 megawatts of renewable energy plants installed in the country, almost 300 megawatts related to wind farms, and 400 megawatts are solar power plants, and the rest are related to small hydropower, biomass, and expansion. 211 power plants have a contract for guaranteed purchase of renewable and clean electricity. Studies show that it is possible to supply 140,000 megawatts of electricity from renewable, of which 100,000 megawatts are related to solar and 40,000 megawatts related to wind power. It is the anticipation and what the Iranian actually policy is going to reach. Despite these facts, studies show that for various reasons, including exchange rates, fluctuations in recent years, and the unattractiveness of renewable energy and unfair electricity prices, the development of renewable energy has lags behind the country's development plan. As I said, the share of new energy in the electricity supply basket, especially for homes, is a little more than 1%. The new energy organization of Iran has taken extensive measures to develop renewable energy throughout the country, one of which is to provide sustainable and accessible energy for deprived and remote areas to improve their living conditions and develop their social conditions through the photovoltaic system. For the development of renewable power plants in recent years, we have witnessed the presence of several foreign countries, from European and Asian countries in Iran. Indian companies, among others, have entered into negotiations that could increase the volume of investment to several $billion. The Iranian government is determined to take stronger steps in this field by attracting foreign and domestic restraints. The responsibility for this renewable energy issue now is under one of the deputies of the Ministry of Energy of Iran. We, as the Iranian Consul General, will be interested to connect any of the governmental or private sector companies who are willing to cooperate with Iran. I think we need to work on issues such as joint cooperation in the field of research, knowledge exchange, technology, and implementation, which will be our proposal to Indian friends. I don't take much of your time. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, His Excellency, Honorable Consul General of Iran, elaborately describing the possibilities of Indo-Iranian energy exchange. So we are running short of time. I request Sri Ajay Mishra just to welcome Madam and just to say hello to everybody. Then we will.
Respected Chief Guest of this International Conference on Green Energy, Her Excellency, Governor of Telangana and Lieutenant Governor of the city, Srimati Tamil Sai Rajan Garu, His Excellency Sri Mehdi Sharofi Ji, Consul General of Iran, Mr. Sunil Sharma, Special Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Government of Telangana, and host for today's function, Director General of ni-msme, Dr. S. Lori Swarupaji, Dr. Chattopadhyay, and esteemed guests, Sri Sunil Sharma ji mentioned in his address that per capita consumption of electricity in our country today. I will start from there. The projection is that in the next 20 years, our energy consumption is likely to be doubled by 2040. We have to be prepared for adding that much capacity which we have today additionally. Due to the energy security concerns, when I say energy security concerns, today we are dependent on oil, imported oil, and second, not to cause pollution to the environment, that is fossil fuels. We have very little option but to go for green energy in the future, in the next 20 years, so that we meet our demands. 6 years back, our Honorable Prime Minister committed before the international community that by 2022, we'll have 175 GW of renewable energy. Due to the leadership, due to the importance, the incentives given by Government of India and work by the state governments, today we are within sight of achieving the target. We have more than 160 gigawatt of renewable energy installed capacity today. And I can admit here, after the announcement, we had a meeting of energy secretaries in Delhi. At that time, many of us were doubtful that we may not be able to achieve the target. But then we are within range of achieving the target by this year. More so, we have achieved the target of 40% of installed capacity in the renewable sector last month, 2 months back itself, which very few countries have been able to do globally. Whatever target they had put, they were not able to achieve. India is one of the very few countries who has achieved that. In the last COP meeting, our Honorable Prime Minister committed that 500 gigawatt of renewable energy will be installed by 2030. And secondly, that by 2030, 50% of our energy requirements will be from renewable energy. It is an ambitious task, but I am confident that the country under the leadership of our Prime Minister will be able to achieve that. How do we do that? The options will be mainly in the solar and secondly in the hydrogen sphere. Other renewable energies will definitely play a role. Wind energy will play a role, biomass energy will play a role, offshore solar will play a role. But then it is my understanding that hydrogen will be the next renewable energy which will lead India into the, if I can say, energy exporting hub in the next 10 years onwards. I was thinking till yesterday, I'll be very frank, that the hydrogen movement here will be led by the big industries. But I was informed today that one of our participants sitting here has started a small hydrogen plant through plastic waste. So that will be the future. This I am saying because the MSME sector has to step in. One small fact I will say, we have achieved the overall renewable energy target, but we are lacking far behind in the rooftop segment. Our target for this year, up to this year, is 40 gigawatts of electricity. But then we have not achieved even 20% of that. We are about 7 gigawatt of installed capacity on the rooftop solar. So there, the MSME sector has to see the opportunity, has to grab the opportunity, and to benefit from that, and also the country to benefit from that through the rooftop solar movement in the countries. With this, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. Thank you.
Many thanks to Ajay Prasad for delivering a very brief lecture. And now our Director General, Dr. S. Glory Sarupa Garu, will introduce our honorable chief guest to you, to the audience.
We are really honored to have the August presence of the chief guest, and I'm also honored to introduce to the August gathering Madam Dr. Petersby, who has assumed the charge as the governor of Telangana State on September 8, 2019, has brought in rich and varied experience into the highly regarded office of the governor. She has the distinction of being the first woman to hold this office in Telangana. Born on June 2, 1961 at Nagarted in Kanyakumari district of Tamil Nadu, Tamilisai, has been actively involved in public service since early days. Before taking as a government, Madam has put in 2 decades of dedicated and committed active life in social service and public life and work close association with people from different walks of life. She has begun as her career as a medical practitioner after completing MBBS and MD-DGO. During her medical practitioner days, she was respected as a caring and service-oriented doctor by people. And she has also undergone special training in ultrasound and fetal therapy from the prestigious medical institution in Toronto, Canada. Madam has entered into the active politics for the reason because she was having a lot of exposure to the incidences and the plight to the poor in peripheral, rural and remote areas in accessing quality education, healthcare facilities and other services. She has nurtured a great deal of devotion towards public services and enhancement of living standards of common people. And Madam is also a very good writer, orator, and she has written a book on Narendra Modi ji. Thank you, Madam.
A special good afternoon to each and everyone there. Really, we are running out of time, and directly from the airport I came, and after the program I have to proceed to IIT for another program. And my respects to Dr. Glory Swarupa Garu, Director General, ni-msme, Hyderabad, and Sri Sunil Sharma, IAS, Chief Secretary, Energy Deputy Government, Department of Government of Telangana, Hyderabad. I should compliment him. When I prepared to come here and then I was about to prepare my speech, I thought, because each and everyone, when we think about green energy, renewable energy, we think it is not for us. It is for the government and it is for the industries and it is for the big institutions to deal with that. And it is not for ourselves. So I thought I should focus how the individual should take the opportunity to use the renewable energy, the green energy. And we should go for green energy, particularly from our home utilization. And when we intend to build a house, we plan about our toilets, rooms, and tiles, everything, but we don't plan about our energy, because the energy is going to consume more energy. We want air condition in each and every room, centralized air condition. We want fridge in each and every room. We want television in each and every room. But we are not planning about the energy consumption which we need and which will be the future need of our house, whether it is country, organization, living. So I wanted to stress upon, first let us start from ourselves, from our home. Let good things start from our home. So we have to plan individually, independently about our future needs. And I congratulate him because he has already performed his duty as not only as Chief Secretary concerned with this department, but as a good citizen of Telangana. He has implemented it in his home. And he has, as a trendsetter, he is having a battery vehicle. So that I congratulate you for all your efforts. I should congratulate Sri Ajay Mishra ji. He was a very experienced person and we intend to talk much about that, but because of constraints of time, and I wanted to attend this program, so straight away, yesterday I was 200 kilometers away from Puducherry. Then I traveled 200 kilometers to Puducherry and from that 150 kilometers to Chennai. Then I got the flight and I landed. I wanted to attend this program. And my respects to Dr. Madhu Chandrika and distinguished participants and media friends, my security personnel and each and everyone present here. To talk about green energy, as our Honorable Prime Minister said, we should concentrate on our future needs. Chanakya says, as much as you prepare during the peaceful days, you shed less blood during the war days. So we have to prepare for our future. We know that the need for energy and need for electricity is mounting up, as it is said by Shri Ajay Mishra ji, will develop in another 10 years, 15 years. So what we are going to do, and really I thank our Honorable Prime Minister for taking up this issue as early as possible. Even when some of the countries didn't think in that way, our Honorable Prime Minister, well, 6 years back itself, he introduced the green energy and we talked about the green energy and he motivated the organizations which are going for the green energy, and he is motivating the ministry and encourage the ministry to encourage the organizations to go for renewable and green energy. As our Honorable Prime Minister said, we, the present generation, have the responsibility to act as a trustee of the rich natural wealth for the future generation. The issue is not merely about the climatic change. It is about climate justice. Zero defect and zero effect. That is the most important caption he has given to the country. So we have to concentrate on the consumption of energy and as well as the use of renewable energy. And I should say that, and I congratulate Telangana government for, as he said, before the partition, we had only 2% of the renewable energy, and now we have moved to 25% renewable energy. So I congratulate the state government for also taking this message forward. I strongly feel that this is one of the most important issues so as to achieve the self-sufficiency in energy. Our country is spending $100 billion on our oil input bill. This is a huge amount that is draining our foreign exchange reserves. The war in Ukraine and the fuel crisis and prices are creating a lot of unrest in so many countries. Thomas Alva Edison in 1931 itself mentioned, I would put my money on the sun and solar energy and sources of power. I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal resources are out of reach before, so that we have to take off before it is exhausted. So really 1931 itself, he has said about that. And now we feel during the war time, when we are witnessing the heart-rending scenes from our neighboring country, Sri Lanka, where the fuel crisis is at the worst. We are every day, it is disheartening to see the news so that they are standing on the line. Yesterday, 2 elders who were standing on the fuel, for fuel, they died because of exhaustion. So it is very disheartening to witness such scenes in the neighboring country. The international crude oil prices and the oil producing countries are all resulting in unrest on oil front, and India is also facing such difficulties in offering the oil at the affordable prices. These kinds of situations are now forcing us to realize the importance of self-reliance in our fuel needs. This is especially important in view of the fact that India is importing at least 85% of its oil requirements from other countries. In view of such stark realities, I am really glad that this international seminar is being organized on such a highly relevant topic. I appreciate the organizers for taking such an initiative to discuss, debate, and deliberate on highly contemporary issues. I am glad to say that this international seminar will help avoid the green energy business opportunities to fulfill the mission of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to generate 500 gigawatts of green power by the year 2030 in our country. I am sure this seminar will also highlight the country's commitment to achieve India's long-term mission to become net zero country by 2070. Achieving these targets will require focus on three important areas. Firstly, increasing renewable energy capacity. Secondly, decarbonizing emission-intensive sectors. And thirdly, creating more carbon sinks. Thanks to the sustained efforts of the government headed by our visionary Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the share of renewable energy in India's energy mix has more than doubled from 11.8% in March 2015 to 25.2% in July 2021. This is truly a significant achievement considering the huge volume of increase in renewable energy, and we need to maintain this momentum to emerge self-reliant. One of the Niti Aayog reports estimates that the sector requires $4.5 trillion to meet infrastructure gap and increase the share of renewable energy to 50% by 2030. I'm happy to mention that the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative launched by India and the United Kingdom in September to generate more resources for climate and green energy projects is a positive step in this direction. We need to ensure policies and investment shift from grey to green energy, giving up fossil fuel and making societies and people more resilient to climate shocks. They must catalyze creation of green jobs and secure just transition for workers currently engaged with fossil fuel-based industries. India has been a dependable partner in addressing the energy needs of neighboring countries. Recently, Indian Energy Exchange, a domestic power trading platform, started cross-border electricity trade aiming to create an integrated regional power market in South Asia. Such platforms must adopt renewable first approach as they scale up. For instance, they can build upon initiatives like One Sun, One World, One Grid launched by India. I am confident that India's huge transmission network and synchronized grids transmitting power from one corner of the country to another would provide a lot of learning to connect energy grids across borders for renewable energy adoption. I am reminded of some situation in Tamil Nadu a few years back. We had power cuts, power shutdowns for more than 8 hours, even 10 hours. A single day, the whole of India, half of India, 50% of the India went power shutdown. So we have this green energy, going for green energy will prevent such situations. Popularly, as we were practicing doctors during the shutdown period, popularly we come across one humorous incident. One day, one child was born. It was a normal delivery. The child didn't cry at all, and the gynecologist asked the staff, "It's a normal delivery. Baby is normal weight. Why the child is not crying?" The sister told, "It's power shutdown in Tamil Nadu. The baby didn't know whether it is in the uterus or outside because the dark both in the uterus as well as outside." So such phrases were coming around because we saw shutdowns for more than 8 or 14 or sometimes whole day shutdowns. So to prevent such situations, definitely when we go for green energy, as it is said by Chief Secretary, Telangana is having 24/7 power supply, not only for the citizens, for the farmers. So we have to concentrate on this development, and it's a revolutionary step by not only by our Honorable Prime Minister, but all the officials of the ministry and all the state government, so that when we go for green energy, definitely it is the need of the hour and their future because we are dreaming of a great country which is going to lead the whole world. And I should thank our Honorable Prime Minister and also the state governments, because when we convictionally decide on one thing, we will do it. That's how we proved in administering more than 180 crore doses of vaccination, which is an indigenous vaccination. Because as a medical professional, we were dreaming, we didn't dreamt of a situation where we will have indigenous vaccination. So because of our tireless efforts of our scientists, our Honorable Prime Minister and the state government, we could achieve that. So when we could achieve such challenging situations during the pandemic, definitely we could achieve green energy and to conserve more energy through renewable energy and to consume more energy, to save more energy. And as it is said by the previous speakers, it's not only saving energy, it is saving money. And I'm very happy he's paying only 2,000 rupees, but somehow it's lost for the government also. So I appreciate that each and everyone should have that motivation so that we should go for green energy and we should save energy. And I appreciate Madam for organizing a very good program and watering the plant. So starting with watering the plant, so it's a unique type of inauguration and initiation. So let us water the plant, let us save the energy, let us enjoy the nature, let us protect the nature, and my best wishes to you all. Thank you so much.
Now, there will be a small program, the abstracts, which are the reflection of knowledge of our young scientists, will be released by our honorable Governor, Sri Muti Dr. Tamilisai Sandagiran. Please give a big hand. It's the abstract given by the other states. Now the memento presentation, I will request our volunteers to bring the mementos near to our Director General, and she will present the memento first to our honorable chief guest. Please give very big hand. Now to our other guests. From this side you start, please come here. To Ajay Mishra sir. Ajay Mishra sir. Second, Consul General of Iran. Second, Sunil Sharma ji. We are at the concluding part of this program, and I will now hand over to Dr. Madhu Chandrika, who is eventually my wife also, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all. Vote of thanks is not just a formality. It is an acknowledgement of all the support that we have received from every individual and institution. I start with Honorable Governor of Telangana State, Dr. Tamilisai Sandagiran, for accepting the invitation of ni-msme and Chandradeep Solar Research Institute as chief guest, gracing this international conference with her august presence. Her speech is highly motivating and inspiring to make us continue doing our good work. We also thank her for releasing the book of abstracts. Madam, we will be sending the final proceedings of the conference to your esteemed office for further guidance. Thanks to His Excellency Mahdi Shahrukhi, Consul General of Iran, and his office, we like to inform ni-msme has trained many executives from Iran through ITEC program of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Heartfelt thanks to Sri Sunil Sharma ji, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana, and also Sri N. Janayaji, Chairman and MD, PS Vedco, for their highly insightful statistics of Telangana state. Thanks to Sri Ajay Mishra ji for his valuable advices. We thank our sponsors, NABARD, Sagar Asia, Virus Consultancy, SIGBI Hyderabad for supporting this conference, the cause. We are grateful to paper presenters, exhibitors, speakers, hackathon participants for sharing their knowledge. Thanks to Director General of ni-msme for conceiving this idea to host this conference at ni-msme. Thanks to Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, ACIC, CBIC, Telangana Today, and Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, all the print and electronic media for their effective partnership and promotion. We thank all the delegates for their active participation. We also thank the ni-msme family. If someone is missed out, it is purely unintentional. We thank each and everyone. Thank you.
We are going to conclude these programs and photographs is also taken on request of our staffs who also want. She also worked for 4 months with me. So last photograph with my life was actually made by Dr. Kalam when I met him. So we conclude this national anthem. Please play the national anthem and
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Banga, Indra, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uttala, Jalavitaranga. Tava Shubha Name Jate, Tava Shubha Ashisha Mage, Gane Tava Jaya Gata, Jana Gana Mangala Nayaka Jaya He, Bharata Bhagya Vidhata, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He.
thank you, Governor Madam. Thanks to everybody. Just the cutting of the ribbon of the exhibition, and we will say her goodbye, and we'll see her very soon at the ni-msme auditorium again. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Principal Secretary Jayashandan Garu. Ms. Batsala Mishra will also speak. And our member of the advisory committee, founder of the E-Ride E-Mobility Private Limited, Mr. Devendra Reddy will also speak. And the one speaker is there, difficult name for me to pronounce. So I'm forgetting also his name, but he is from the Sri Shakti group. One speaker is we have, he will tell his name. So he is also there. So and one Dr. Raghu Raman came from Bangalore. He came, met me, and suddenly he is disappeared, but he will come back definitely. So he will also speak. I will request all the speakers to limit their speech within 15 minutes so that we can conclude the session on time, because after that there is a startup adda which will be conducted by Professor Ravi Kumar Jain, is a director of Symbiosis and also the secretary of Hyderabad Management Association. So he will also share his knowledge, and there will be more live enthusiasm. There should be more live enthusiasm in that session to learn from him, to share with him about your experience, from his experience also. So I will not take much time. Chandrasekhar, are you ready to host Dr. Vinamra Mishra? So I will request Dr. Vinamra Mishra, Director MSME Projects, to start his speech.
So you can start.
Good afternoon, sir, from ni-msme Hyderabad.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here today. And this endeavor from ni-msme towards powering the MSMEs towards a green energy future is very, very contemporary and very important. Specifically because of the fact that during the subsequent waves of the pandemic, the MSMEs have really been pushed to the limits in terms of their profit margins, in terms of their resources, in terms of their energy requirement, which keeps on fluctuating with highs and lows, and also in terms of making them available the state-of-art technology as far as generation of electricity, generation of energy, and other resources are concerned. So this ideation on green energy is really very important today, and the fact that a lot of MSMEs are very energy intensive. A lot of their expenditure, a major portion of their expenditure, is spent on energy and for production and procurement of energy. Therefore, a renewable form of energy, energy which is going to be almost next to free after a certain time of period of time, is something that we all should be endeavoring to, which we all should be trying to achieve. And therefore, the MSMEs need to understand the importance of green energy as early as possible, and we as policy formers, the government of India as policy makers are absolutely in line with providing the MSMEs whatever support they require in switching over from the conventional sources of energy production and energy procurement to the greener energy resources and green and efficient technology. There is also an element of sustainability. So what resources we are using today, we should not be greedy or selfish to be using the entire of it, and that the future generations at certain stage of time would not be able to harness those energy, those resources. Those are the non-renewable energy sources, the conventional energy sources, where the energy is limited, the fossil fuels are limited, and also so the energy production should also have an eye on the sustainability aspect, and therefore also the green energy and solar energy is the way to go as far as the energy production is concerned. I must also like to add that the efficiency in energy production is also very important. So the utilization of energy with state-of-art machinery is again very, very important, because the energy efficiency is taken care by the modern generation of machines. So once the energy is produced, the energy should be suitably or optimally utilized, so that the energy is the optimum amount of energy is given to the process, and the energy is saved to that extent. So today, in the brief time that I have, I would like to put across to you all, the participants who are all there on the World Wide Web, and the ones who are physically present today also in this seminar, the endeavors or the efforts that the Ministry of MSME is making towards green energy and energy efficiency, so that this stage today can be utilized in dissemination of this information, and this can be then proliferated for further use. So I would start by one of the programs initially, which is still in its nascent stage, but for that we have partnered now with ni-msme also, which is a program on improving the thermal efficiency of the boilers, and which are the small and the mid-sized boilers. So here we have partnered with ni-msme as the implementing agency, and the Ministry of MSME is in partnership also with the UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and we have identified a few clusters where there are a lot of energy intensive energy is utilized as far as these boilers are concerned. So these 4 or 5 clusters, which will act as a pilot for this this program, will be identified, and the entire program is to make sure that the energy efficiency is achieved by converting the existing boilers, which are in their very conventional form, to the state-of-art boilers with all the safety regulations in place, and also having a lot of energy efficiency also, so that the savings, energy savings are achieved within a period of less than 3 years, and the procurement of such energy efficient technology is as good as free after about 3 years, and the MSMEs will then be in a position to make use of those purchases, those procurement of energy efficient technology after that. So this is a program which is again which has been sponsored by, which has been funded by the Global Environment Facility, and this global GF is very important agency when we come to the green energy and the energy efficient technology all over the world. So it's a very happy news that ni-msme has come across as an implementing partner in this, and we have got the approval from the GF UNIDO headquarters in Vienna for this program. So we are looking forward to partnering with ni-msme as implementing agencies, as implementing partners for this program. Moving ahead, this was the program which is still at its nascent stage, but quite a few programs on energy efficiency is already running in the public domain, and I would like to first refer to the energy efficiency and market transformation program, which the Government of India, Ministry of MSME is running with a tripartite partnership with EESL, the Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and United Nations Industrial Development Organization. In this, we have identified 12 clusters where we have identified about 36 different technologies, where these technologies aim to provide energy efficiency and convert a lot of conventional form of energy into green energy. And the current status of this program is that the demo of these pilot technologies have been conducted in about 24 clusters, and the demo and the success after the monitoring and valuation of these demo projects we have been able to achieve success in about 12 of these technologies in different clusters. I would also like to refer that I would also like to tell you all that the MEDA cluster in Hyderabad, which is a pharma intensive cluster, has also is also a part of this program, and there we have got a very useful partnership as far as changing the way in which the energy the heat energy is produced for the boilers and the cold energy is produced for the chillers of these pharma MEDA clusters. So there also the demo technologies have been proven, and we are now going for bulk purchase. So the idea is to ensure that the MSMEs get energy efficient technology, and after the valuation and monitoring of these demo pilot technologies, we come to the exact figure of when the reimbursement or when the break even would be able to be achieved in all these technologies, and then we get an expression of interest from all the interested MSMEs in that particular cluster, and then we go for bulk purchase. Once we do the bulk purchase of these technologies, the economy of scale kicks in, and the economy of scale means a lot of procurement of technology becomes a lot many financially more viable and financially more cheaper, so to say. So in this respect, I would also like to add that there is also a provision of a rotating fund. So this circular economy, as far as the green energy is concerned, also comes into place with this energy management revolving fund, where all the savings of the program is going to get back into this fund, and this fund is then going to take care of future procurement of technology. So this is a revolving kind of a fund, and therefore the advantages of circular economy also is taken care of, is kind of kicked into the system. So this is one program where we are partnering with UNIDO. There is another program which has been approved by the Ministry of Finance, which is a resource efficiency in energy efficiency and green energy is concerned, and there we have allowed the entire frame of the program is that we are looking at at production of green technology. There we are looking at wind energy and the biogas energy for the MSME clusters. So we are going to have an aggregated approach, and we'll be utilizing the RESCOs and ESCOs for this purpose. And these RESCOs and ESCOs will be the filter or the intermediary implementing agencies who will be piloting these energy efficient technology, the energy production, the green energy production through wind energy and biogas energy, biomass energy. And close to about 400 different clusters would be chosen for energy production of the green energy production. And then the energy management will be taken care of by a separate agency within the ministry, which will be named as the as the MSME Bureau of Green Energy Champions. So that is the concept of the entire program. We'll be doing an aggregated approach. We'll be having the cluster-wise approach and doing the dissemination of the green energy technologies through these RESCOs and ESCOs, so that there is a layer of allowance and buffer is created as far as the finances are concerned. So the MSMEs would not be required to pay upfront, and these RESCOs and ESCOs will be in a better position to procure the bulk technology and provide it to the MSMEs, and the MSMEs will then be slowly returning doing the payback or the EMIs or the easy installments would then be kicking into the entire program. And there is also a concept of subordinate debt. So we will be also looking to initially not ask the MSMEs to pay upfront, not only upfront, but also for the initial few years, till such time these savings are getting indicated or getting highlighted in their systems. So this is a 7,000 crore program which has been approved by the Ministry of Finance, and we are still in the process of making the initial cabinet note and the Executive Finance Committee report, EFC, and the cabinet note. I think within a period of say 10 to 12 months, we will be seeing this program to be launched on a country-wide basis. And all these the pilot studies which we were able to do with the UNIDO program of energy transformation, market transformation through energy efficiency, will be acting as a pilot for further purchases and further implementation of this program. There is another program which has been announced in the cabinet in the national budget in 2022-23, which is the RAMP program, which is the raising and accelerating of MSME performance. And there the Ministry of MSME is partnering with World Bank, utilizing the World Bank expertise in terms of provision of upgraded state-of-art technology. So technology upgradation is one part of it. Then we have the greening and gender products also as a part of the dissemination of this program. So under this, we will be also supporting various initiatives of the MSMEs towards switching over to the greener technologies. At the moment, the cabinet note is in advanced stages, and it is going to be after a whole round of negotiation with the World Bank. This program has now been approved, and I'm sure within the next 2 or 3 months we are going to see the implementation of this program. I would request the MSMEs also through this forum that they should also give us their stakeholders consultation, so that we are able to make a very viable and helpful and assisting product for all of you. Then there is also a program by the name of MSME Champions, which has 3 components, which is the innovative, the Z, and the lean components, which is interwoven around by the MSME digital component. And there the lean and the Z components are specifically also aimed at improving the energy efficiency as well as provision of green energy technologies to the MSMEs. I would just like to allude to the Z program, which is which was a clarion call by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2016, that the Ministry of MSME should make a program which has a zero defect and zero effect. So the process of manufacturing should have zero defect, so that the manufacturing process or the product takes care of itself. But it should also have zero effect on the atmosphere, on the environment. So therefore, the green energy system also is included in the zero defect, zero effect. And one of the parameters of assessment of this Z program is also the energy efficiency and the greening of the existing energy sources is concerned. So that is something which is there in the Z program. We have got all the approvals. The beta version of the Z portal is also ready in this revised formulation, And I'm sure with the revised format and the ease in which this this program is going to be taken up by the MSMEs, is going to ensure the outreach of this program. And therefore, I'm sure the Z program is going to be another step towards the greening of the MSMEs. And then lastly, I would just like to refer to the lean program. The lean program is the internationally accepted lean manufacturing program, which was initially started by Toyota in Japan, and world over it has been taken up by so many different industrial organizations and countries at large. And it has in India also, in its initial formats, in its initial avatar, so to say, from 2016, 2015 onwards to 2019, it really had a very, very positive, so to say, impact on the MSMEs. And in the revised formulation, after the approval of the revised lean program under the MSME Champions program, it is definitely going to help the MSMEs to be more leaner, more frugal on the resource input side. So the input is reduced, is optimized to the extent possible, so that for a given output, if the input is decreased, the efficiency is increased. So that would also ensure that the input on the energy side is also very, very is also taken up very, very pertinently. So this is all I would like to say today, and I'm very, very thankful to ni-msme for having me here today. And I wish that with all the ideation today, something substantial is going to come out for the MSMEs, and any support or help which would be required from the Ministry of MSME and the Government of India, I would be listening to the other experts also, and I'm sure something positive is going to come out of it. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. We came to know so many things about the program of the Government of India, which will be very helpful for the participant MSMEs and the people who would like to become MSME. And definitely, as you said, some of them will definitely adopt the pathway that the Government of India has already made. They will start working through that. Thank you very much. So there is another online meeting, as I said. Mr. Mollikarjuna Shivasharanappa, Regional Director, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, South Region. He will speak, but the speech will be very brief, on 10 minutes only. So please correct Chandrasekhar.
Good afternoon to all the participants of the Green Energy Conference, and I would like to thank the organizer, Dr. Sandeep Ji, for giving the opportunity to speak at this conference. Basically, I'll be covering on the topic of green energy, what are the markets, how the market is growing globally in India, and basically I'll be covering more focus on wind energy and hydrogen. So, you know, Germany is leaders in wind and hydrogen. I will share a little bit data on companies who are investing in this, who are expanding. Then what are the opportunities MSMEs have got to play a role where they can be suppliers to these many OEMs in this sector. So coming to the statistics, you know, renewable energy globally, the market size as of now is valued around 882 billion. In 2020, it was valued so much, and it is expected to reach around 1,978 billion by 2030. It's growing at a CAGR of 8.4%, and mainly in the renewable energy now, in the area of wind and solar, we have already done enough work in India, and in hydrogen, it's slowly started. But in Germany, they have gone far ahead. I'll be sharing some more data on that, some projects which they're working on. So coming to the snapshot, as you know, in the morning also you have heard in the conference that the renewable energy is almost 160 gigawatts. The government has said it will be achieved 175 by end of 2022. In that there's a distribution wherein we are getting wind power as of now is 40 gigawatts, solar is from 49, biopower is 10.6, hydro is 4.83, and large hydro is around 46. And you know, globally we are placed fourth in the renewable energy market, and we are the fourth largest wind producer in the world and fifth largest in solar. So coming to various solar parks, now government is invested in a lot of solar parks which are coming across India. So I'm sure I will not share the details of that, so I'll go ahead. Coming to wind energy, basically a lot of investment is being done in Tamil Nadu because, you know, wind energy, a lot of the windy areas are basically in these four states: Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and and Tamil Nadu. These are the four states. So a lot of investments are coming in this sector. So some of the projects which I would like to highlight. See, basically in Tamil Nadu, in the last 1 year, 1.5 years, there are big major German companies who are investing to make wind energy generators. I will share the names. So probably you could check out, you could later on be suppliers, being MSMEs, you can supply a lot of parts to the wind energy sector. Basically ZF Wind Power, they are basically manufacturing gearbox manufacturing facility. This in Coimbatore. This is already started, and earlier in 2021, this was inaugurated, and they invested close to 350 crores. So production is started. This is where somewhere you can definitely look in connecting with this OEM and see what you can supply. Coming to Bater India, this plant is ready. They basically make, it's a foundry making parts for the windmill. So this is also come up near Chennai. They have invested close to 100 crores. Starting this month, that was the initial plan. That's what they started going to start production, but I know due to Corona could be, it is slightly delayed by 3 months. That's all. So apart from that, we have Nordex Group. This is wind turbine generator. They're investing in Kachipuram district in Tamil Nadu. There's also big investment of around 1,200 crores. Then comes to Flender. This is also gearbox manufacturing. They're investing close to 500 crores. See, basically in wind energy, there are a lot of parts where the MSME can be. It could be, apart from, of course, being leaving the blade and the gears, there are a lot of, these are high technology, not MSMEs can supply, but there are a lot of other products. Basically, within the nacelle, there are a lot of power distribution components. There are basically automation you can do, sheet metal component. So all these areas you can definitely target. So coming to Germany for hydrogen production, basically Germany are leaders. As you know, in Germany, as of now, 42% of energy consumption is from renewable energy, and it is likely to go up to 80% by 2030. And the market size is close to 392 billion euros. That's the size. So there's a lot of opportunity. Germany is looking at a lot of suppliers from India also. They are working on this. And the hydrogen part, I will name few of the projects. Like Oberhausen city in northwest Germany will soon have a 30 megawatt renewable hydrogen power plant built by France-based Air Liquide in partnership with Siemens Germany, Siemens Energy, scheduled for completion in 2023. See, as you know, this electrolysis, hydrogen is produced by electrolyte processes, where from water you separate hydrogen and oxygen. Earlier, oxygen used to be waste, but you know, oxygen is used widely for steel plants, basically in the blast furnace. And I'm sure you'll all remember during our second wave of Corona, there was severe shortage of oxygen, wherein the government said all the oxygen manufacturers stop supplying to steel plants so that it can be diverted for the hospitals. So, and Germany, Linde Group, which is based in Calcutta, they are the major suppliers of oxygen. So this is related to that context I'm referring to. Now, what they're doing in Germany is they have done some pilot projects where they're using hydrogen to power all Mercedes-Benz Daimler trucks, sorry, not Mercedes, Daimler trucks. So that work is going on. Apart from that, they are also using hydrogen for the trains, local trains from Baden-Württemberg in the area in Germany. This is where they are focusing more on. And now Germany is globally ranked #2 in terms of public access to hydrogen refueling station. Of course, Japan is #1. Now Germany is #2. As of now, Germany is producing 4.4 million tons of hydrogen. That's fairly good size, where India, we are just still in the nascent stage. And 49% of all publicly accessible hydrogen refueling station in Europe is basically based in Germany. So government is spending close to 8 billion euros for hydrogen, this project. So basically to develop and ensure that there is a lot of energy from renewable source. So there is a lot of potential for small and mid-sized companies to get involved into Germany's bid to achieve this hydrogen project. So this was a brief presentation on wind energy and hydrogen. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. In case you have any questions, you are most welcome to ask me, or you can send it by mail. I will revert back to you.
So is it completed?
Yes. Yeah, completed.
So now I will, he logged out or he's still there?
It's still there.
So I am there, sir. I am there.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. In between the Dusdarshan and other things, they called me. So I had to go there to attend them. So
Can you share the email address?
Yes.
Email address. You want the email address?
Yes, sure. I will share, sir. I will put it on this one on the chat. You can definitely get my email address.
And sprechen Sie Deutsch, sir?
Ja, ich spreche Deutsch, sehr wenig Deutsch.
Ich habe Deutsch gelernt. Ich war in Deutschland. Ich habe gearbeitet bei Deutsche Welle in Köln.
Okay, vielen Dank.
We had a brief discussion in German language because I was in Germany for some time. I did not forget, because although I learned 25 years back. So thank you very much, sir. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, danke schön.
He said, thanks to all.
Sir, I have shared my email ID. In case you have any questions, you can write. I definitely would like to connect.
Right. So after giving a very hearty thanks to our friend, Director, Hindu Chamber of Commerce, South India, I will request the Director, MSME and Retail, Ms. Vatsala Mishra, to make her presentation with the success stories of MSMEs in Telangana. So please go ahead.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Today I will share with you an overview of the green energy sector in India and Telangana, and it will be followed by 8 case studies from local Telangana companies in the green energy space. Now, green energy has been identified as one of the sunrise sectors in India. Recently, Mr. Mukesh Ambani at the Asia Economic Dialogue projected that India could become the next global energy hub, exporting $500 billion of clean energy over the next 20 years. And many energy firms are now shifting away from fossil fuels over the anxiety over the climate change, and this momentum will continue. Just to give you a scale of the transition ahead, in 2020, in the EV space, electric cars only comprise 4.6% of the total car sales globally. But by 2030, EU aims to have at least 60% of the new sales to comprise of EVs. And in India, this goal is about 30%. Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah, I shared with so anyhow, I'll continue. Let's look at some of the initiatives by Government of India. The government wants to develop a green city in every state, which will be powered by renewable energy. The government has also launched the Green Energy Corridor project, which aims at synchronizing the electricity produced by renewable sources with conventional power stations in the grid. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy also plans to undertake the rooftop solar program phase 2 to install a capacity of 4 gigawatts in the residential sector and with a provision of subsidy. To encourage the domestic production, customs duties on solar inverters has been increased from 5 to 20%, and on solar lanterns from 5 to 15%. MNRE has also released the first in series of policies on green hydrogen, and the Union Cabinet has given its approval to introduce PLI scheme in high efficiency solar PV modules. In 2021, India ranked 3rd on the EY Renewable Energy Country Attractive Index. And as we know, the previous speaker already said, we are the 4th largest, we have installed capacity of wind power and the renewable energy, and 5th largest in solar. Our renewable energy capacity in India has increased by 286% in the last 7.5 years, and it's currently at about 151 gigawatts. This represents about 38% of the total overall installed capacity of India, which is around 393 gigawatts at the moment. Now, since this caters also to the EV segment, more the share of renewables in the power production, more eco-friendly will be the EV segment. And India, as we know, has set a target of 175 gigawatts by end of 2022 and 500 gigawatts by 2030. And this is the largest expansion plan in renewable energy. So I guess I will take that in mind. So 5 components which are the main contributors to India's renewable energy are solar, large hydro, wind power, biopower, and small hydro. Small hydro are basically projects which are 25 megawatts or below. If we look at the top 5 states which are contributing to the solar production of the country, the first is Karnataka at 7 gigawatts. Telangana comes at number 2 at 5 gigawatts. Now, one interesting thing is that Telangana opted for a distributed solar installation model, which means that instead of concentrating the projects in a few locations, they were spread out to across 180 locations. And this helped in savings of around 450 crores rupees. Number 3 is Rajasthan, which is followed by AP and Gujarat. National Institute of Solar Energy has assessed India's solar potential at 748 gigawatts. This is the highest potential compared to all other renewable sources, and it is sufficient to fulfill India's requirement of power consumption almost by double. If we look at the wind power generation across the country, Tamil Nadu tops the list at 9 gigawatts, followed by Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Rajasthan. And National Institute of Wind Energy has assessed the wind power potential at 100 meters above ground level to around 300 gigawatts. If we look at large hydro, the highest capacities of Himachal Pradesh at the moment, followed by Andhra Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Maharashtra, and MP. If we look at the new areas of opportunity, these are wind, solar, hybrid, offshore wind energy, floating PV projects, green hydrogen, geothermal, and tidal. Some of these are still they require a certain degree of maturity and research to become market friendly. Going on to Telangana now. Government of Telangana has proactively taken up several measures to support sustainability and encourage adoption of green energy. The government, through its flagship program, Harita Haram, is working towards increasing the green cover in the state. And through its innovation ecosystem, the government is also working towards hand-holding startups to reduce carbon emissions to net zero. If we look at some of the renewable statistics, Telangana accounts for 10% of India's solar power capacity, despite being only 3.5% of India's land. It was ranked number 6 in India with 106 LEED certified green building projects in 2019. Telangana also ranked number 2 in Saral Index 2019, which evaluates the states on the basis of their attractiveness in the rooftop development. Major investors include Suzlon, Renew Power, Sky Power Global, and Greenco. The government is also providing policy support to green energy projects through the solar policy of 2015, the wind energy policy of 2016, and the recently launched EV policy of 2020. I would actually need the slides now because
Yes, yeah. That's a problem. We can solve. Okay.
we can move on. Please keep going. Yeah, next one. This one. So let us now look at some of the Telangana state homegrown companies in the green energy space. First is Pure Energy Private Limited. The name stands for power using renewable energy. The company is into manufacturing of electric two-wheelers under the brand Pure EV and high-performance lithium batteries under the brand Pure Lithium. The company has set up a 70,000 manufacturing unit in Medak with a dedicated R&D center in IIT Hyderabad. Pure EV also developed e-Bluetooth 7G, which is one of India's premium electric scooters. Next slide. The company is also now going to launch its first electric motorcycle, which is called e-Twist 50, in the first half of 2022. This flagship product is completely designed, developed, and manufactured in India. The company has significant experience in design and development of high-performance lithium batteries. These batteries take 3 times less space and come with 2 times higher life. Pure EV has developed an artificial intelligence-driven hardware, which is called Matrix Faraday, which automates identification and repair of defects in lithium-ion batteries of electric vehicles. Next slide. Petersby Green Energy Private Limited. The company was set up in 2016 by Managing Director Mr. Jatin Sharma. It manufactures and sells a wide range of battery-operated vehicles in sectors such as sports, medical, leisure, manufacturing, IT, hospitality, defense, etc. The products in the portfolio include battery-operated pedal-assist cycle, e-scooter, e-bicycle, rickshaws, golf carts, cargo carriers, and buses. All the products have undergone research and development and user-centric design processes to make them user-friendly. At the 19th Global Summit at Mumbai, Petersby Group was identified as Business Leader of the Year. Next company is Virala Information Technologies. The company has developed a platform called evmax.in, an electric vehicle online e-commerce marketplace. The platform sells e-scooters and through its PowerLink network integrates charging stations, battery swapping stations, on-road battery support, mechanic services, which help in faster adoption of the electric vehicles. The company has also EV Max Experience Studios, which offer electric vehicles for test ride and purchase, after-sales services, battery swapping stations, battery rentals, EV finance, and EV insurance. Next is Gaia Motors. They have developed a smart auto, which is India's first lithium-ion battery-powered e-wheeler, three-wheeler. Its high-power motor can go up to 55 kilometers per hour and can take up to 600 kilograms weight. The vehicle's running cost is as low as 50 paisa per kilometer, and it gives a mileage of 110 kilometers per charge. The company has also developed electric bicycles, which can be used for food and grocery delivery and police patrolling. Next company is Renewable Energy Private Limited, which provides end-to-end services and solutions and undertake contract and subcontracts in three main business areas of renewable energy projects, LED lighting projects, and IoT and smart city projects. Next company is Enviro Smart Enterprises Private Limited. The company provides electric vehicle retrofitment. The company philosophy is that once we start shifting to electric vehicles from internal combustion vehicles, there is still an issue of disposing the old vehicles running on fossil fuels. But this issue can easily be addressed by converting the ICE engine vehicles to electric vehicles. The retrofitment modifies old vehicles with minimal fitments and without altering the outer body of the vehicles. The company is currently into retrofitting of three-wheelers and two-wheelers, and four-wheeler cargo retrofitment is under R&D. The next company is ni-msme Private Limited. They have developed ni-msme, which is based on the concept of atmospheric water generation. This is capable of generating clean water from air with zero reliance on ground and surface water sources. The produced water is potable and also meets WHO and Indian standards of drinking water quality. This sustainable solution is eco-friendly and it has zero water wastage and zero carbon emissions. ni-msme is the only AWG solution to be approved by Marshallpur Committee and Ministry of Jal Shakti. They have installations at Secunderabad railway station. They have also done installations for Indian Army, Navy, and Coast Guard, and done exports to Africa and UAE. Macri Aquatech was featured as Company of the Year 2020 by Business Connect magazine, and it was also one of the top 50 startups to watch out for by EPRS. Next company is Grafton Motors. This is an electric bikes manufacturer with their current facility in Telangana, Hyderabad. They have developed an electric bike called Quantum and are currently manufacturing 48,000 units per year. The company is also now setting up a greenfields unit with 150 crores of investment and will be creating 3,000 direct and indirect jobs. The company is also part of the T-Hub's 6th edition of LAC 32 program and 3rd edition of T-Engine program. Next slide. Lastly, I would like to share a very interesting piece of news with you. Telangana government in January 2022 signed a letter of intent with FIA Formula E and Greenco Group to make Hyderabad a host city for ABB FIA Formula E World Championship, which is a single-seater motorsport championship for electric cars. And if all goes as per plans, Hyderabad will host the event between November this year and March next year. This will also be the first time that the global sporting event will come to India. This event will further strengthen Telangana's position in the green energy sector and bring it closer to becoming a global hub. Thank you.
I will give trouble to Vatsala again. Please come back to the stage to receive the saplings and also the memento. Please. Clap.
So can we ask a question to Ms. Vatsala?
Just a minute. Let this thing please.
Sharon?
Now you can
ask the question. Thank you so much, Ms. Vatsala, for the wonderful presentation you made. It was really, really very informative and motivating for startups like us. So basically, in the context of Telangana state, we are from Telangana. So, what is in it for us to move forward? I mean, you have shown some success stories of different companies, of what they have achieved. You know, that was very interesting. But for a startup in MSME, what opportunities exist, and what are the channels we can approach in Telangana state, and how can we move forward in terms of green energy, projects in this area? Could you please give us some?
So, government, as I also explained, has policies in each of these sectors: solar, wind, and as well as EV now. And government has also set up a very supportive innovation ecosystem through T-Hub, its other incubators such as for women entrepreneurs, T-Hub. T-Works is another very interesting project which is being developed, which is going to be the largest prototyping center in Asia, I believe. So all of these like ecosystem partners will support you in whatever stage you are in, whether in idea stage or advanced stage. You can reach out to me and I'll help you connect with these people.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We sincerely thank Ms. Vatsala Mishra for this nice presentation, definitely informative presentation. Those of you would like to communicate to the government of Telangana Ministry of Commerce, you can email her. You can also visit the office of Vatsala and also Principal Secretary Joyshri Garu for more information and for more your development. So now another organization which is a partner organization in the Ministry of Commerce like that is REACH. They also work with T-Hub and the same another is TSIC in the same establishment. So we have Mr. Srinivas Chella. He is the Director of Sustainability. So basically, he was supposed to deliver the keynote address, but as we all know, because of the arrival of governor a little late and because of this thing, we could not follow our schedule. But he is here. He will deliver the keynote address definitely, and I request him to do that. So before he delivers, there is a formality. When not formality, it is our pleasure to welcome him with the saplings.
Thank you for the honor. We can indeed very honored to be delivering this keynote here. And to be late for the session. And welcome to the distinguished audience and the guests here on the dais and the floor there. It is very well known that MSMEs have been the backbone for Indian economy and have almost contributed a third of the GDP all along. Also with the post-retired sectors like fire, textiles, dairy, foundries, glass, etc., doing exceedingly well with a 10% year-on-year growth. But somewhere in the line, energy sector probably has been underrepresented and not as many MSMEs exist, despite the tremendous contribution towards the India's clean energy mission that has been going on for over a decade now. So MSMEs have
done a lot in terms of services, in terms of products, and also on the other hand, as consumers of clean energy. Now, while the scale of this clean energy transition has been significant and truly inspiring, this transition needs to be overhauled in the sense we need to look at making it more comprehensive, making it more efficient, and also making it more sustainable, right? So this can, and MSMEs would have a very crucial role to play in this area. The key areas where I believe MSMEs can come in and contribute would be, if I look at the energy value chain, sustainability value chain overall, should be in terms of energy generation areas, right, where MSMEs has come in terms of setting up solar plants, setting up wind facilities, so on and so forth. In terms of energy management, right, a lot of energy companies are also included. Engineering service companies, energy service companies, ESCOs, right, working on energy efficiency. We have seen a few examples in what Salah has presented. And in terms of EV integrations, right, not just as manufacturers, but there are a lot of other EV integrators. Some of the examples could be retrofitment, EV charging, looking at aggregation of EVs for other businesses. Right? So various other models where MSMEs could contribute. And apart from that, the two other maybe less referenced elements would be end-of-life use cases for, say, solar, e-waste management, or lithium-ion battery recycling. And also in terms of the recycling of used vehicles, whatever regular automotives are coming out, there's still a lot of components in this which can be recycled back into the supply chain for automotives. So these could also be some of the areas where MSMEs can offer their expertise to the industry. Talking about clean energy and not mentioning electric vehicles is almost a taboo because they go hand in hand nowadays, right? And everyone here is witnessing the amount of electrification, the way the EVs have come into the mainstream of transport and mobility. But the pertinent question here is, okay, what is the amount of energy that a typical EV consumes? This is just a figure, right? A rough estimate would be, if you look at a mid-size EV, 40 kilowatt hour battery, then it would consume an equivalent of what an average household would consume for a week. So just charging an EV battery once would almost consume the same amount of energy as 5 to 6 days for an average household. So that's a tremendous amount of energy that the EVs can store with them. And so other applications are also coming up on the energy side, like vehicle-to-grid flexibility and handling grid dynamics through electric mobility as well. Also, there's enough concerns with the utility companies, and there's a narrative that okay, as more and more electric vehicles come on the road, we might start seeing the grid congestion. We might start seeing power outages if not managed. And the fear is rightly placed. Okay. Managing such a high quantity of energy requires a lot of tools, technologies, and expertise. Okay. The traditional approach of supply side energy management will not work once EVs are in the mainstream. But a little bit of introspection here is that once we look at generation side, as Vasila has already mentioned, or even the earlier speaker, I believe, that there is surplus generation capacity in India. We have about 450 gigawatt current generation capacity. Right? And though we have surplus generation capacities, the fear is that there could be grid congestion. This is because one of the key aspects is the inefficiencies in the distribution sector. They're about the losses in transmission distribution sector are about 20%. And even if we are able to reduce that by half, cut it down by half to 10%, we could actually put 11 lakh electric vehicles, mid-sized cars on road and power them for the next foreseeable near future. Okay? So the reason I'm bringing it up is the kind of inefficiencies in the existing grid system are mind-boggling, and MSMEs, again, utility companies are looking for solutions, and this is where MSMEs can come into the picture. If you have been closely following last month, Power Grid Corporation, which is one of the leading companies in India, transmission companies, they have floated 9 or 10 problem statements that they would like addressed, and they're inviting open participation from industry. Okay, and this includes filterage of energy, transmission distribution losses. This includes more active consumer engagement. Also looking at more advanced technologies like AI, ML, blockchain for forecasting energy. So it means that the opportunities or the invitation is coming in from the players, participation is needed from the sector. The other side is infrastructure on the energy sector. And of course, MSMEs have been playing a very active role, very vital role here in assembling, setting up maintenance of various wind, solar power plants, and also maybe in setting up smart cities, smart grid infrastructure. Of late, though, we have been seeing a lot of exciting opportunities in smart cities areas for multi-energy vector systems. That is, combination of solar thermal, combination of biogas, combination of hydrogen, chemical energies, batteries, and also looking at waste to energy as a possible vector for energy sector. Okay. So, large investments have been made by various corporations in this area as well. One of my colleagues already mentioned about Reliance investing in green hydrogen, Reliance investing in sodium-ion battery technology, and that means that the industry is already proactively moving ahead. Support from MSMEs is much larger. Finally, the public sector players are also investing heavily into other areas of energy, clean energy, such as hydrogen, where there's a high energy density, for instance, in steel manufacturing or ammonia manufacturing, and also looking at transport as a sector. So, arguably, the final part is some of the least discussed or underrepresented sectors are the end of life use cases, wherein we are seeing that the solar plants and the smartphone revolution we started off more than a decade and a half ago is at a point wherein the equipment are obsolete or their performance has degraded to a point where they have to be recycled and fresh installations have to be made. Several large installations in many PSUs are looking for help from service providers for ecological and responsibly disposing of their solar plants. I was in a discussion very recently with Rashtriya Chemical Fertilizers in Maharashtra, and they are looking at organizing a hackathon to see what they can do with all the solar panels that they have, okay, which they cannot use, they cannot dispose, they're just lying. So the need for e-waste recycling is real, and it is only going to get worse as we start seeing the early adopters of EVs and the ones which started off buying EVs early in 2015-16 retire their batteries and replace them. Right? And there are very few providers who actually have the capability to responsibly dispose and recover these expensive materials like lithium or cobalt and nickel in these batteries. So that's another area where MSMEs could look at setting up smaller plants and supplying to some of these larger e-waste management facilities. Yeah, and so we have tried to cover a few aspects of clean energy and how the sector dynamics is changing. The opportunities are enormous, but certainly not without challenges. As with any other sector, even the state sector faces some challenges. They are highlighted in a very recent report, which was published by the World Wildlife Fund in 2020. And they highlighted three main concerns. One is policy uncertainties with the government and the regulators changing policies for frequently. It is difficult for MSMEs to track them very closely and appropriately react, strategize their activities. Second thing is inadequate financing. Of course, it's a two-part problem because MSMEs lack, a lot of MSMEs in fact lack access to good credit, which further creates, it's a vicious cycle. Right? And the third thing being access to quality talent or manpower. So these have been identified as the three biggest hurdles for MSMEs, particularly operating in the clean energy sector. Maybe the other sectors are much well, maybe the textiles and auto are doing much better, but particularly to clean energy sector, these are the problems. Now, what further kind of accentuates these problems is the fact that MSMEs are usually not equipped with very good marketing skill, marketing agencies, and are not very good with emerging technologies, say blockchain, IoT, AI, or other buzzwords that we hear in the industry. This is where I believe organizations like ours, Research and Innovation Center in Hyderabad, which can help establish links between industry and academia, and also facilitate institutional collaboration, and aim, which are aimed at delivering solutions for the industry. So we had recently worked with CMET and Greenco, and provided Greenco access to a lot of patents and intellectual property that CMET had done. So that's a win-win collaboration for both the organizations. So to sum it up, what I would say is with the advent of smart grids, with the advent of electric mobility and IoT, the whole clean energy landscape is changing, it's reforming. Significant transformation is there, tremendous growth potential, growth opportunities are there, phenomenal activities and investments are coming in. I may not be an expert in all the areas, but certainly I believe MSMEs have played a vital role, and specifically in the energy sector, they could, this may be providing one more opportunity for the MSMEs, like to create a similar level of impact, like what the MSMEs did for the solar wave or solar transmission wave. Right? So that the second tide is coming, and MSMEs have to brace and kind of cling on to this one. In the few sessions that we had so far, I believe there has been some light thrown by the presenters and the panelists on how the possibilities are there, what kind of challenges are there, right? And the last thing I would like to kind of impress upon here is that clean energy and sustainability are no longer a discussion point for the intellectuals sitting in Europe, like India right now. And the possibilities and the priorities of society have also changed. So this is about the right time, possibly for MSMEs to think with an open mind about clean energy and come forward in a more open manner. I would like to leave the dais with a famous quote by John Sawley, which, and I quote here, a society is defined not by what it creates, not just by what it creates, but by what it refuses to destroy. And with that note, I thank the organizer here again. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. When I was listening to you, I went back 25 years ago, and I could remember some of our university lecturers, the way they used to speak, the way they used to explain the subject. I hope that some of you understood what he wanted to say. There is real possibility for the MSMEs to grow, but he has pointed out very nicely the challenges the MSMEs have. So that is very also important. And the purpose of organizing this conference is not only to discuss about the success stories, but also at the same time to tell about the challenges. So I will request Madhu Chandrika Garu to felicitate our speaker with the saplings and payment. Yes, both of you together. The sapling you gave already. So okay. No is there, no one is there. Dr. Raghuram, are you ready? Okay. So I will request co-founder RC Lab, he has come from Hong Kong, to make a presentation to give the international flavor to this conference. And after that, Devendra and Srisham. Then we will conclude this session. We will not give much trouble to our chairman, sir, but we don't want to leave you also. The more we see you, more we get encouraged. So now Dr. Raghuram, he has come from Hong Kong to Bangalore. He will make his presentation of the SAT management. Yes.
Can you control? Thank you everyone for this opportunity. I am Raghuraman, the co-founder and CEO of RC Labs. We are into battery management systems. That is, we try to make batteries intelligent, safe, and reliable. We have offices currently in Hong Kong and Bangalore, and we are a team of about 10 currently. All of us are engineers. So, in layman's, next slide, please. In a layman's term, a battery management system, you can call it as a brain behind the modern battery packs. So what happens is, inside an electric vehicle, if you take for example, you will have a motor drive, you will have a motor, and the next most important thing, or probably the most important thing, is battery. If you look at motor and motor drives, they're probably about 20, 30, or 50 or at least. But when you look at lithium batteries, they are relatively new, and therefore they're lesser understood. The key functions of a battery management system includes monitoring battery health. It also must ensure that the battery does not get into any accident. It could be like fire accidents. There could be some misrepresentation of certain characteristics of the battery, like state of charge and health and so on. And finally, some the modern battery management systems are able to use data and make intelligent decisions. Other functions actually, if you look at some other functions, what the BMS must do, it actually protects the battery from a deep discharge, from an overcharge. Both of these, which can lead to catastrophic effects and can damage the battery beyond repair. And these actually happen because of fast charge, or if the discharge goes uncontrolled. And obviously, like everyone knows, the battery management system fundamentally tries to balance the state of charge or voltage in series connected cells. Other functions, if it's too technical, I'll rush through, but I'll get there. I'll get to the business part. So what other functions the battery management system does is it kind of monitors current voltage itself of the battery pack. It could also measure some BMS can do it for cell level too. It also estimates state of charge and health for the battery pack and for cell level. And like what it also does is it also kind of understands the temperature profile and kind of comes up with like a maximum temperature limit in which the battery pack actually operate. If you look at a country like India, we have very cold regions like in Kashmir and really humid places like in the coast. Now the battery doesn't behave the same way in different regions, so we kind of need to optimize. And the way we optimize it is by collecting data on the temperature profile and kind of controlling that. We can also control the charging profile. So different batteries have different charging profiles. If you look at the popular ones today in India, NMC and LFP technologies, you have to charge them in a different way to ensure you kind of increase the longevity of the battery pack. Next obviously is to balance the state of charge, state of you balance the state of charge by adjusting the voltage. And finally, what you try to do is if there is a fault and then you try to protect the load from the battery. Or in other words, you can say if there is a short circuit on the load side, you try to isolate the battery pack by disconnecting it from the load. If you look at the developing economies today, India, South Asia, Southeast Asia, all these countries, the major problem is that lithium batteries actually catch fire. And why do they catch fire? A technical answer is thermal runaway. But then why do they catch fire in the layman term? It's because the batteries can short circuit or some circuit inside it, malfunction. Now, what are the consequences? When there is a fire accident, the OEMs are in legal suit. They don't know how to react. Employees quit, customers quit, and then they end up, sometimes even the OEMs are asked to vacate the premises. And if this continues, there is going to be a delay in electric vehicle adoption and also clean technology adoption. If it is not controlled, it can completely derail electric vehicle adoption as we know it. And why is it again important to protect the battery pack? Today, it is roughly about a battery pack at least costs 35% of the electric vehicle. In some cases, it can go as high as 50%. But if you look at a project like an energy storage, it can go as high as 60 to 65%. And now, therefore, it is all the more imperative to protect your battery pack. And how do you do it? It is not by using a simple PCMs, which you kind of import from overseas, but you actually have to understand how batteries behave in a particular geography. And that is why you need a smart battery management system. Now, you can see, again, if you go into the technical details, what happens if these algorithms are not optimized is that from our research, we know that the batteries lose at least 20 to 30% of their health. Next is there are frequent fire accidents, but you also have some system failure, malfunction, short driving. So sometimes the BMS might send the wrong signal. It can say that, okay, you can only drive for 20 kilometers, but there's so much energy in the battery that you can actually go for 50 kilometers. Now, this kind of confuses the rider or the driver. All these problems can be solved by using a battery management system. Next is, if you look at the battery management system itself, it can cater to different battery applications. It's not just EVs. You can give it to a UPS application, you can give it to a drone application, give it to a renewable energy application. For each of these applications, the BMS is actually not the same. The features of the BMS kind of differ. But if you look at the market today, and if you're a typical manufacturer in India, you kind of import cells from a country, and then you also import cells, BMSs from the same country, kind of integrated in India and hope it works. It doesn't work. You kind of have to program it for the application, for the geography, and that is where we come. If you look at our product, we are physically modular. That is, our BMS hardware can scale from a bicycle all the way up to an electric bus. So if you ask me if you've done an electric bus, yes, we have. We have done electric buses during the PhD programs while I was at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And we are working with several two-wheeler companies in India, battery makers in India, and we are confident of our technology. Next comes our adaptive control. This is currently being developed. So what we're doing is we're collecting data from a plethora of applications, a plethora of battery chemistries in different, geography, in different use cases. This helps us to understand battery behavior better than the state of the art incumbent. Next, what we are doing is, we are also, can you please stick to the same slide? Yeah, we are also chemistry agnostic. Scroll down. Scroll down. Yeah, hold on. So we are chemistry agnostic, meaning the same hardware and the intelligent firmware will adapt to any region chemistry or any upcoming chemistry without actually having to configure it. We are programming it in such a way, as soon as you connect the BMS to the battery hardware, it will understand the battery chemistry and download the relevant program from our servers and clouds. Next, we currently, my co-founder Dr. Fong and I are writing algorithms based on the domain knowledge. Moving ahead, let's say in the next 12 to 18 months, we want all decisions taken by the BMS to be data-driven. That is, computers will themselves decide how to charge or how much to discharge from a battery pack. There will be no human intervention at all. Okay. And obviously, our product is a hardware piece. In addition to that, battery makers and EV OEMs will also get a software where you can see real-time updates of your battery, where the battery is, how is it performing, where was it previously charged, has someone tweaked any connections inside to make it, easy to charge with any third-party charger. You get all sorts of information. With this information, battery makers can go back to the cell suppliers to claim warranty, go back to the insurance players to again show, certain data to get claimed and so on. So if you look at our technology and BMS, we will have a huge impact on battery life range. We expect at least 20% improvement in battery life as of today. We can optimize driving range for a given application in an EV. Next comes safety. We will be able to predict if a battery is going bad. How we are collecting lots and lots of data in a pilot runs, we'll be able to predict what is going to happen to the battery 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, or probably even some 1 year down. So this gives a lot of this improves the decision-making ability of our customers who are battery pack suppliers, because they're getting cells from overseas, and then for them to get a return without any data is very, very hard in case something goes wrong. We will help them with that as well. Next comes a reliability. Our filtering-based techniques are at least better by 50% than the incumbent today, which kind of predicts state of charge and health using voltage-based algorithms. Next is a plug-and-play architecture, which is validated with multiple customers already. So what we have is a hardware piece which can scale from bicycle, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, electric car, electric bus. So all we need to do is keep adding on modules. If anyone is interested, I have a piece with me. I'm happy to show that to you all. Again, how we are able to do that is by having 2 key technologies. One is our modular approach on the hardware side. We can scale on the voltage as well as have plug-and-play telemetry modules. That is, if you want the battery data to come out from Wi-Fi, you can. If you want Bluetooth, if you want GSM, you can do it. If you want CAN, it will be done. When you look at our competitive advantages, again, the modularity is the first one, which is already validated. Next comes our adaptive modeling. This again is a part of a PhD work, which we are kind of improving here in our venture. Finally, it's the stickiness we try to create, because what happens is when we are working with customers, we help them to clear stringent certifications. Now, ARAIs and ICAT is probably 2 big ones in India. But moving ahead, if any of our customers want to export, then you definitely need UL. For UL, it is little more stringent when compared to ARAI and ICAT. And with our automotive grade BMSs, we'll be able to clear them easily. Finally, I would like to recap on the BMS itself. So we are adaptive control, that is, regardless of the battery, where it is, like the driving terrain, the application, will be able to adapt. Next is we are chemistry agnostic, NMC, LFP, NCA, LTO, supercaps, we have done all. Modular, that is bicycle to electric bus, we will do it. And obviously, Internet of Things, it is like a mandatory thing not to collect data. And in a nutshell, if you are a customer, you can buy cells from any brand, any chemistry. You can make battery pack for any application. And our hardware, the first proto will be out within a week. So we can take you to market within 1 week. Like you can go and test it with your customers within 1 week if you are ready with that. Okay, that's it from my end. The floor is open to questions. Thank you.
Yeah, the thing what you're dealing with lithium-ion batteries, it is dynamic and it is variable with the C ratings. So how you can estimate the state of charge for a particular thing?
State of charge, you can
When we are dealing with the lithium-ion battery, and it is very much variable with the perspective of C ratings. When we are charging with 1C, it will charge with one kind of graph, and if we are changing the 5C, it will shoot it in another manner. So how can we estimate a state of charge for a particular? So that's what I interested from your end. So I just want.
There are two questions here. First of all, for a given battery, you must charge it with only one C rating.
Okay.
If you are an OEM, you will ask your customers to charge it with only your charger. You cannot alter the C rates there. Second of all, your discharging pattern will alter depending on the phase, depending on the rider itself, depending on the battery chemistry. And this is, so we'll collect data and kind of pull all the parameters together and implement what we call as Kalman filter or extreme Kalman filter to get the state of charge prediction.
Yes, in continuation with that, I'm having, if at all we start with the 1C rating, the charge duration might be obviously increased. So obviously, for my mobile phone or else any other battery needs, I prefer a fast charging.
Right.
So if at all I prefer a fast charging, I need to compensate or else I need to neglect some part of the battery because it will shoot up in a certain manner. It will, yes, it will, as we do C and CC charging procedure for the lithium-ion battery. So might be over 10 to 20% of a battery itself, we were just ignoring the thing, just carrying it like a bag. So can you answer how far?
Actually, I did not follow your question.
Yes.
But my answer is, if it is regardless of whatever charging it is, whether it's DC fast charging or slow charging with AC, it is possible to predict state of charge. And then the techniques you use, whether it is on board or if you collect data and do it remotely, the accuracy will change. If you are going to measure voltage and tell the state of charge, obviously it's going to be
When we deal with the lead battery, what we are having in the car battery, we can just because it is a
no.
But comparing to the lithium-ion battery, it is entirely dynamic. It depends upon the charge.
You're right. So the relationship between voltage and the capacity in a lithium-ion battery is not linear.
Yes, it's not linear.
And therefore, you need to model the curve and then kind of work backwards from there. It's not like let's say if your voltage is 100 and your state of charge is 100. If your voltage is 50, your state of charge need not be 50.
Yes,
right? And therefore, you need to model them. So we use advanced curve fitting techniques, and then this will go into our algorithms, which is again programmed into embedded C or FPGA depending on the application, and we'll be able to predict this. Thanks.
So, thank you, as you have written over there. So, we will felicitate our speakers with a memento and with the sacking. And then the speaker from Sri Shakti, I will request him to get ready and also to keep limit like him in 15 minutes like that, so that our startup at the session will start at 4:15 as per schedule. So, sir, manage So, how many of you are students in this side? All? Very good. So take note, and now I take a photograph. So the distribution is on. So Ramchandra, did you raise your hand? Oh, okay. Sorry. So please introduce yourself and start.
Yeah, I will do that. My name is Param Manjuri. And the irony is, people mistake my name with Param Mandal.
Yes,
and they
yes,
think that I am
not
Bengali.
like that. You are a Bengali and Param Mandal like that.
They think that I am a Bengali, and you are a Bengali and you forgot my name. So I'm stuck in Anyway, I can see there are a lot of students here, and for all of you, our cycle is female-friendly cycle, and I think even among students, a lot of girls are there. So these are unisex cycles, and our motto is females in sari should be able to ride the bike. So I'll start with that. We are called Smart Bike Mobility. Our agenda is only one, to promote cycling. And to do that, we are doing a lot of things in manufacturing space. Because what we realized is many people don't take the initiative of buying a cycle because they think that if I buy, I'll ride for like 1 month and then I might not ride. The investment will be too much. So we are setting up stations in cities like New Delhi, Chandigarh, and Chennai. That's where we have done it because we need a lot of government support, and we have a lot of support even in local government. Like recently, I think Honorable Mr. Kitty he tweeted that 21 kilometer stretch on Hawara, which will have solar panels in the center, below which you can cycle. So you can be away from the traffic and there's no sunlight and you will get power. So it's taken from a South Korean company. So I'm glad that this is happening. Next one. This cycling momentum is picking up all over the globe, not only in India, but like you see in 2018, 3rd June was declared as a World Cycling Day, and it was unanimously accepted by all the 193 countries. And recently, resolution was passed to promote cycling. And this was again passed by all 193 countries in India. So basically, our company was founded in 2018. The promoters are Mr. Manohar and his son, Armin. And they are passionate cyclists. They cycle from London to Paris twice. And they keep on cycling in Hyderabad. And anything related to cycling, you will hear the name of Mr. Manohar. So that's how this whole revolution started. And we have already saved like 6.5 million trees. If we convert all the cycling which is done in the last 3 to 4 years. And our target is to decongest cities. Like, you know, in the evenings when you go out for like half a kilometer, 1 kilometer walk, you can take the cycle. So the idea is if the distance is too far for you to walk, or if it is too short to take a bus, that gap you want to bridge by building cycles. One interesting fact I want to share with you is cycling is even more efficient as compared to walking. So if you walk for 1 kilometer, you will emit more carbon dioxide by heavy breathing. But whereas if you cycle, it will be less. That is one. And secondly, as you can see in 2017, air pollution killed 1.24 million Indians, which is much more than COVID. And still we just keep on talking about COVID and other things. I think if we focused on cycling and small things, we would be much better off. So our idea is to set up stations like this, where you can go and we have our app. You can unlock the bike and take the bike to any station which is in your direction. So we are designing the cities in such a way that anywhere you want to go, you can take the bike. And the charges are really, really low. For example, in Chandigarh, you can rent the bike for half an hour by paying 10 rupees. If you take an auto, it will easily charge you 60 or 70 rupees. And there is no metro. But the good thing is these cities have a lot of good cycling tracks, which is a very big plus for us. It's really effortless. And the people who are still sitting on the fence, whether should I buy the bike or not, they can try our bike and do the job. And many times they just get the idea after landing, after getting out from the bus or train, they feel that I should, get a bike. There is no way you can have your own two-wheeler park there. So we are trying to solve that last mile and first mile problem. We have two types of bikes. One is the normal push bike for the people who are, who want to be into fitness. And we also have an electric bike for the people who don't want to sweat. Like in the morning, if you're going to office, you would most probably want to just throttle.
So this is almost like a e-scooter, but we have built it like a bike because there is an option to pedal. So I'm sure there is a synergy with my friend who is into BMS, because we faced some issues with batteries and stuff. And the other issues which we are facing, and which I am telling now because our topic is powering MSMEs for future. Initially, we imported a lot of components from other countries, mainly China and Korea. So now we have localized almost 80% components in India, but we are still, struggling, and we want to have more and more partners. So I think this is one area where young entrepreneurs can focus. I could see some bikes outside, so I'm sure you can help us. Now, this business is not a non-profit organization. We want to make money so that we can continuously grow without any external support. And for that reason, we have advertisement on our stations. So these panels, what you're seeing, we can put hoardings of Coke or whatever brands, and we are doing it successfully in both Chandigarh and Chennai, also New Delhi. So this is helping us to survive because our revenue from the rides is very, very low. We cannot survive by taking 10 rupees per ride. So we are using this mechanism to make this whole thing work. As you know, OFO came to India and they left. It's a very big public bike sharing company globally because they were only relying on the ride revenue. But we have an innovative model of advertisement, and that's where we are close to breaking even in the next 2-3 months. Yeah, next. Our journey started from 2018 from Delhi, and now all the way in 2022, we are at almost 5,000 bikes. Now we have just recently added 500 more. So 5,000 bikes and 400 stations in all the 3 cities. And every day, if I'm right, around 4,500 people are taking rides on our platform every day. And most of them are students, people who come out for leisure in the morning and evenings. Like there is a Sukna Lake in Chandigarh. So on the Sukna Lake in the evening, you won't find any bike because they are always taking the bike and going on the lake. Similarly, in Chennai, Marina Beach, most of you might have heard, people will take the bike and just go on the Marina Beach in the mornings. So there's a special team we have stationed there to cater to Marina Beach crowd. After public bike sharing, we are also seeing a huge upside in this last mile delivery. Everybody orders from Swiggy and Zomato and Amazon, and these guys are coming on bikes today. Our aim is to replace these bikes with electric cycles so that they make more money because they don't have to fuel their bikes. And secondly, we will less pollute, and these bikes are really efficient. We can have a box design. We have already done proof of concept with some of these food delivery companies. And interestingly, most of the students like you, they are doing part-time job of delivering food and other things and making money in that extra 1 hour, 2 hour off time. So, and then of course we have B2C retail, which is a very old industry. But I think after COVID, people are buying a lot of cycles. In fact, during COVID, I heard that most of the outlets were stock outs because they didn't have bicycles, mainly because of the supply chain disruption, but also because of the sudden huge demand. So I can personally see a huge, buzz in cycling, and this movement is picking up, honestly. This is the last slide, and we'll end in time. We are doing a lot of promotions with government officials and different cities, different events. Like on this 3rd June, we will do a big World Bicycle Day in Chennai, also in Chandigarh. Last time we had done in Hyderabad, and 5,000 people came to the this show. And we have a company in Hyderabad. It's called Hyderabad Bicycling Club. So if you want to try our bikes, you can approach Hyderabad Bicycling Club. You can rent the bikes. You can do campaigns. You can do programs on Sunday mornings. And we have a great support from local government as well. As it is said that you can never be sad while riding a cycle. So I once again thank Sandeep ji, and it's my privilege to present in front of Mishra sir and other dignitaries. Thank you very much.
For your report, to present a sapling and memento, not only to you, but also for the founder. So please take a photo. Devendra is our advisor and friend, so I kept him waiting for the whole day. Now he will deliver his speech. Chandrasekhar, you have. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, good afternoon, and it's very difficult to being the last speaker. A lot of topics are already covered here, so I'll not throw the numbers at you here. And I've been asked to give presentation on scope and opportunities EV, and I'll be taking you through the opportunities which are very easy. And we can start the presentation, right? Fine, let me take you through. India is signatory of Paris Summit Climate Action. This has happened in 2016. There are about 197 countries have signed. And the main objective was to address the climate impact. And we have signed the signatory of it. We said by 2030, we'll be adapting 30% of EVs. And then with the, what is the other objectives? So one thing, the addressing of climate is an intangible thing. The tangible thing is that we are going to reduce our import bills. And then also we'll be addressing carbon emission on the roads. These are the two things which are going to happen. And then recently we had seen Glasgow Summit happen, where Honorable Prime Minister has committed that India will be carbon net zero. Repeat, carbon net zero by 2070. That's a big commitment. In fact, all these days we are seeing how to get into carbon neutral by giving the carbon credit scores. Carbon neutral is something like whatever we are adding carbon emitting to this earth or this environment, we are trying to address that by getting carbon ratings or carbon credit points or adding saplings. So we are trying to be carbon neutral all these days. But now we are going for next step where we are saying it will be carbon net zero, and so as the economy also will be moving from a linear economy to a circular economy. This is going to be a major shift where MSMEs will be seeing a lot of opportunity in terms of getting this. Can we have a presentation, please? And unfortunately,
yes, it is there.
Yeah, you can just. So unfortunately, no. Prior to this one, as per WHO, 14 cities among top 20 cities currently were in India. Most of them were northern India. And unfortunately, 2 days back, we got the news that Hyderabad is in the 4th rank. And as citizens of Hyderabad, we have a lot of responsibility towards to address this one. We just cannot blame government itself, but also we need to take the responsibility of ownership on to reducing this pollution or carbon emission. This is what I was talking from linear intensive, we'll be getting to circular economy. Yeah, next. This has been addressed. There's a lot of myths. Now, suppose if we adapt EVs, carbon, we are using the coal production somewhere else, and we are trying to use the EVs in cities, but those myths have been addressed today morning because we have taken a big task of producing renewable energy. We are already there. Of what we committed in 2030, we are already there by 40% of it. And also, we are working on earth abundant metal, which is going to replace lithium-ion batteries. This is what is going to happen. And in fact, we are very late to EV adoption. If you look at other countries, we are very late, but we are picking up very fast. If you say in India, we are at the acceleration stage of EV adoption, where till pre-COVID era, we were using mostly the EV revolution happened in 2 and 3 wheelers, where there was no challenge of charging for 2 and 3 wheelers because this can be charged at your home or this can be charged at your workplace. We are seeing a lot of improvement in battery technologies where you can detach a battery in 2 wheelers and charge it at home. These are the changes which have happened, and then the acceleration of EVs. And now due to COVID, people started adapting personal mobility, and in fact, we are seeing some of the big companies getting into 4-wheelers. So we are seeing that adoption happening on 2, 3, and 4 wheelers. And this is a FAME subsidy which has been given by central government. This 10,000 crores rupees has been earmarked under FAME for different categories of products. If it is, you see 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, as well as buses. About 33% of the money has been earmarked for buses, which is going to use for public transportation. Yeah. And in fact, today morning we were discussing about homologation with one of my friends. Any product, because most of you are students here, any product which comes onto the road, it can be two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or four-wheeler. Any product which comes onto the road has to go through the homologation process. And there are certain bodies like ARI in Pune or ICAT in Haryana. These are government regulating authorities through which you need to get a certificate so that your products will be legal on the roads. What they do? They try to test the vehicle in terms of safety parameters, in terms of components, in terms of the dynamic test, the brake, balancing, safety parameter, all the parameters tested, then you get the certificate. And the advantage of taking this certificate is that not only for India, you can also get these products approved for export into third world countries like your neighboring SAARC countries or African countries. And then a huge opportunity. In fact, some of our friends were discussing, we have opportunity in R&D, we have opportunity in infrastructure, and also for MSMEs for manufacturing, because we're counting a lot on importing of these products from abroad, particularly from China and other worlds. So when we are seeing it's an acceleration stage, we are seeing a lot of Make in India happening under various government schemes like Atmanirbhar Bharat and etc. And today I can say that Gujarat and some of the other parts of countries are taking lead in manufacturing of these components which are using this. Coming to two-wheelers, these are the low-hanging fruits. For EV adoption, these are the low-hanging fruits. And by 2025, we are assuming that 10% of the vehicles on the roads will be converted by EVs. Again, in EVs, we have two types of EVs. One is which is less than 25 kilometers, and other is an aspirational model. Your 25 kilometer will do for your housewives, for your students, for retired people to cover your small radius of 30 to 40 kilometers and giving the running cost of 10%. So these are the low-hanging fruits for government to shift towards EVs. And then there are again some challenges for this one. You have till a couple of years ago, till we got a detachable battery, we had a challenge of charging of these vehicles also. And the most important challenge which still lies is the finance of these products. And bankers are not coming forward for for financing of these products. It still remains a challenge. Except few companies, it's a challenge for a lot of startups once they bring out their product in the market. And looking at three-wheeler platform, 46% of households in urban areas are still depending on using three-wheelers. Okay, this is going to be big numbers. And once you're thinking of EV adoption, we can see the numbers, what is there for even three-wheelers also. And we are seeing EV revolution happening in places like Delhi, places like Rajasthan, or the, you say the northern belt and the western belt, because they started improving the paddle rickshaws to EVs. And where these EVs are used, the three-wheelers are used for your first mile and last mile connectivity. First mile is that when you start from your home, catch up a metro or catch up a bus, that's the first mile, and last mile is when you get down to reach your office. Primarily, these are used for that purpose. And it's a very big market. And unfortunately, in Telangana, we do not have the schools for passenger e-rickshaws. Otherwise, you would have seen a lot of e-rickshaws flying in Hyderabad cities. We are requesting since long time, at least follow them in old city where densely population is there, where speed is not a challenge. Okay, and then something about e-ride. We are the first company to back the 200 vehicles from Vijay Dairy. These are the customized vehicles where chiller and freezer has been kept on the vehicle. And this is going as a livelihood project. In fact, you can say that we are the first people to put a chiller and freezer on EV. And this comes as a eutectic chiller and freezer. And then we are the first people to align bank loans towards these projects, which comes as a livelihood projects. Yeah, next. And these are the L5 vehicles, which are used primarily for large corporates like e-com companies, where it is running on OPEX model. These are customized vehicles which will address the volumetric space. And then today, if you see, these have been built like telematics. My friend was talking about telematics. So if you look at the cargo space, recently we have seen all the state governments have released their EV policy, including Telangana in 2020. And recently we saw improvisation from Maharashtra government and also from Delhi government. And in Maharashtra and Delhi, they made it mandate that logistics vehicles should be converted to EVs within next 3 years. I'll repeat, logistics vehicles should be converted to EVs within next 3 years in these states. So a lot of opportunity in this logistic business. Yeah, next. And why EVs? It makes sense also. It makes sense because you can save straight away around 30 to 40% of your running cost. So here you'll be using the EV space. And these are used for your last mile deliveries, where range is not a big challenge. It will come with an OPEX model where travel is already there. And also it comes with what you call telematics, which will enable a fleet operator to identify where the vehicle is running. Also sitting somewhere in the office, they can diagnose the health of the vehicle. These are our telematics, this has been already covered on the front. So you can cover how the braking system is there, what's the battery time, how much charge is available. So these are all options for these vehicles that we use for last mile deliveries. And coming to four-wheeler platform, India is Makkah for passenger vehicles. Now we use a lot of passenger vehicles, and we are not only consuming but also we are known for exporting these vehicles. And it is taking a lot of time for four-wheelers to come into place. Primarily, the biggest players in this market have invested huge money for transition from BS4 to BS6. And then today, only few companies are came with these four-wheelers, but otherwise, we are using the upgraded or BS6 vehicles. The biggest challenge that we are discussing today was about the charging stations. It's like chicken or egg story for these vehicles. Where do you charge my vehicle if the range is crossing 200 kilometers? The next one. You can see work is progress in all the biggest brands. You can go to the next one. And maybe around 400 plus different models will be coming from different players within the next 3 years. Now you'll be breaking your head to choose which brand and which model to be used. So that kind of work, that kind of R&D is happening in four-wheeler industry. As Nitin Gadkari said that, market will demand products from the manufacturers. So manufacturers will be forced to bring in the model to meet the demand in the market. That's what we are seeing. He made this statement 3 years ago. Now we are seeing action. In fact, I'm from the person who's on the ground zero, seeing all this happening in the market. Yeah, next. So this is a. Can you go to the? Yes. So we are talking about the buses. We saw about 30% of 10,000 crores, which has been earmarked in FAME, has been allotted for buses. And Government of India is also very keen to promote urban mobility, that is shared mobility. And we are seeing in most of the cities, we have electric buses running on the roads, which are being run on a OPEX mode. They're also carrying up to 43% of urban transportation. So this is one of the low-hanging fruit where government can easily catch up, convert the buses. In fact, I have privilege of a director from RTC sitting over here. We had a discussion on this one, how to convert these vehicles in congested roads or in heavy traffic roads. The next one, please. So we are discussing about what is going to be the net zero, how we are going to achieve. And we have also heard that yesterday about Hyderabad is going to be, or Hyderabad has reached 4th city in terms of pollution. One thing what we can do is that adapting mass transportation, that is like metro, where we can use for public transportation, that has to be promoted, where you can connect the different parts of the city, not only the densely part of the city, but also the different part of the city and growing cities. And also these are the changes what we are going to see in terms of we are doing a break for this one more or less mobility as service. Now we used to use Ola, we used to use Uber pre-COVID era. During COVID, we started shifting towards personal mobility. But time has come where we need to go back to the place where we can start adapting your mobility as a service so that we can reduce the burden on the traffic or reduce the carbon emissions on the roads. This is one of the solutions where public and government need to sit together and work on these projects. Yeah. This is what we are talking about, mobility as service. And I'm open to questions if anything, because the charging is already covered. So if you see mobility as service, my friend has covered two-wheeler and three-wheelers. We are already seeing metro and four-wheelers. These are different things. We already got the government of India in that paying. Next, in future of 4 or 5 years, we will see mobility being used more as a service rather than, and also we need to bring changes internally from our side to reduce the personal mobility and adapt the services of public transportation. This is one way where you can reduce the decarbonization rules. And when you're talking about EV, a lot of hype is being given for EV. Let me assure you, it's a long game. It's not going to be a short game, a long game. And then EV spend is just not a replacement of your ICE engines. The government, with public planning, people should sit together, see how we can reduce the number of vehicles on the street so that we can decarbonize. Because we are saying 30% by 2030, not 100% by 2030. This is going to be a long game, and policymakers and public need to sit together to make it happen. Yeah, so touch base on Anthem. Any questions?
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah, my name is Balaram. You have mentioned that Telangana government, we haven't gotten e-rickshaw permission. And also you mentioned there's a chicken and egg problem, that charging stations versus electric vehicles. I'm seeing an opportunity, like when if we have organized entrepreneurship boot camps in all the colleges and entrepreneurial associates, number of electric vehicles that we would like to have, and coordinate and get some American players big for charging investment. I am suspecting that those who are in the regular market, petrol type of these kind of engines, they are worried about what would happen to me, like, and they are into EV space also. If we directly bring no conflict of interest, somebody who would like to fast track the EV market in the fastest way, that would disrupt.
So in fact, Government of India is asking for public partnership for EV charging space.
Okay.
Work is in progress in some of the national highways. Okay. But biggest challenge is the cost of the real estate. That is becoming the biggest deterrent why we are not going for charging. And second thing is that primarily because if you see the fastest charging for four-wheeler is 75 minutes to 90 minutes. Okay. So we Indian citizens don't have so much of time and patience to wait for 1 hour on the road. Okay. Further, the only solution what as a person on the ground can see is that battery swapping is the only solution for the mindset of the Indian citizens. Which even recently Nirmala Sitharaman made a statement in her budget speech, because this is what the request is coming from the industry. This is what the request is from the manufacturers, so that we can have standardization of the batteries. If you have the standardization of batteries, your price of the box, it can be four-wheeler, three-wheeler, two-wheeler, reduced by 30 to 40%. So the first thing is going to happen. You are going to buy a vehicle without a battery. Second thing is that if you have the standardization of batteries, what is already happened in Japan in 2019, where about 5 to 6 different manufacturers, different players came together, irrespective of government norms. They said we'll standardize the batteries, the performance, the age, the chemistry, whatever it is there, and they standardize the batteries. That has enabled the faster adoption of two-wheelers. For India also, if you have the similar law of the land, whatever it is there, as we have the TRI and ICATs, if we bring the standardization of the batteries in four-wheelers segment particularly, or even three-wheelers, we already see Sun Mobility is doing that, we'll see faster adoption. Because the biggest deterrent for the Indian consumer mindset is what is going to happen if I stop after 1 hour or 100 kilometers or 150 kilometers. That's the biggest issue. Coming to the second part, in Hyderabad or Bangalore or Chennai, we have permission for L5 rickshaws, but not L3 rickshaws. Okay, L5 range starts from 3.5 to 4 lakhs, whereas L3 has the low hanging fruits for three-wheelers, where you can create impact on livelihoods of the people who are below poverty line, costing more than that.
Also, similar additional question. They all our startups. They are dependent on all Chinese companies for lithium-ion batteries, I'm guessing. So if you can bring a big player, investor for manufacturing, that's one thing. I also.
Can you just go back to slide on batteries?
Another similar question.
come here.
Another question, now if there is a widespread adoption, immediately first generation junk, lot of junk disposal, we are all, how the disposal technology, I assume that in Japan, Germany and all, they have developed the disposal technology. How do we technology transfer? If they organize the technology transfer?
So in fact, we are very early stage of adapting. The life cycle, the warranty on this LI batteries comes with 3 or 4 years. That's the first thing. Second thing is that in India, 98% of your 3-wheelers are still running on lead acid batteries. Your cell towers are running on lead acid batteries. I'm not promoting lead acid batteries, but I'm saying that India needs an India-centric solution. We used to depend a lot on import of components from China, but we are seeing a lot of things happening in Make in India blocks and the projects in Gujarat and different parts of the country. So you can say that today, one of my friends said we are there to 60 to 70% on Indian components, but the battery raw material still comes from China. Your motor raw material still comes from China or some other parts of the world, and then we do the Indian approach. And this is the reason Government of India, Modi, Honorable Prime Minister Modi has said that we'll work on earth abundant metal, or we'll try to see that we'll not do the import of these products. And that's the reason a lot of state, about 800 crores investment is coming only to do the R&D and study on hydrogen based. It's only for R&D, 800 crores. That's what Government of India does. And then Ambani has said that he's making a huge investment not only for the consumption in country, but also for export. All the numbers have been shared.
Okay, thank you. I will discuss with you.
Please be at the center of the stage. I will request Swati and Sharat to felicitate our speaker with the saplings and this momentum. No, the system is system. And then our chairperson of this session, long session rather, from morning is our Mark Darshak of the state, not only for this conference, for this state. So he will say a few words and we will conclude this session. Professor Ravi Kumar Jain is already here. So we will start the start of our session, which is the concluding session of today. Okay. You can exactly work up in okay. All of part of that is Actually, they will deserve this photo because he gave me a speaker like Professor Ravi Kumar Jain and also one speaker who will be coming from State Bank of India. So he did the role of real advisor. So it is the acknowledgement from the committee to you. So now, sir, over to you.
Friends, I'll start with one surprise which was first on me in the morning. Because that has some relevance for what I'm going to say in a few minutes. In the morning, I was not supposed to speak. Sandeep ji had told me 2 days back, but then I was asked to speak, so it will be part repetition of what I said in the morning, but elaboration of that. And much of what I had wanted to say in the original format of the panel discussion has already been said by my previous speakers. So, one thing which has not been emphasized for the MSMEs is the rooftop solar cells. I mentioned it in the morning, but there is a huge potential for that. Government of India commitment is there for that. I will repeat the figures as per 40 GW capacity to be installed by end of this year. We only have about 7 GW as of now. The only thing which needs to be done, in my view, is information to the target group. 3 years back in a solar conference on the sidelines, I was asked, I was in the government at that time, what more incentive I can give to the solar sector from the government side. I said, I can give one incentive very clear cut, that is raise the electricity tariff in the state. It was said in a lighter way, but it has serious analysis. For rooftop solar, as per my understanding now, we do not require incentives for this state. Second thing, as per the newspaper reports, I will not go into other information which I have from my earlier service. The electricity tariff is likely to be increased in this state from 9 to 9.5 rupees per unit for above 400 unit consumption category. The solar without solar rooftop for small houses without any governmental sector does not cost more than 5 to 6 rupees. When I say this, the charge, the cost per unit of electricity as it comes to the system. That takes care of the normal interest rate if you take the interest from the bank. If you don't invest your money on your solar rooftop, but you take interest loan from the banks. What Sarah had mentioned in her speech or presentation that we were number 2nd Telangana state in terms of the ecosystem which we had created for solar rooftop 2 to 3 years back. We had at that point of time, I don't know whether it's working now, I know, but not necessary to comment. We had even tied up with the banks for ordinary citizens if they wanted without much documentation to get loan up to 2 lakhs or 3 kilowatt of solar rooftop. This is a sector which not only MSMEs, even individuals sitting here who want to contribute to the society and who want to make money can do that. In TS Redco, I think MD has gone, he is not here now. They have a system of what is called integrators. They are a panel every year. They provide A to Z complete solution for the rooftop. And they give you a quote. Okay, for a rooftop, if 5 kilowatt is to be installed as per the requirement and the rooftop space, they will say 5 kilowatt will cost you 2.1 lakh rupees. The only thing which you have to do is to sign on the papers, agree for the amount and pay him as per the periodicity. So that is one area where youngsters, people who are venturing into the renewable energy space can find their role immediately, and there's a huge need for it. I can say that huge gap. As I said, 7 out of 40 gigawatt only has been installed, and I don't think we should depend on incentives. The second point which I'll make is statistic. 2.5 lakh jobs are to be created in the renewable energy sector in the next 10 years. By 2030, the documents say, but at least in the next 10 years. One can dispute the projected figure. It could be 2 lakhs, it could be 3 lakhs. That will depend on how events take shape in the coming days. But then the youngsters sitting here, either you can be part of the job or you can be part of the job creator. It depends on you. See, start a small enterprise, you can be a job creator for this 2.5 lakh jobs which are to come in the private sector. These are not jobs in the government sector. Government sector will not have jobs in the renewable sector. Some consultants will be there, but that will be a very small number. So the opportunity of this job creation, and it can start from very little investment. Very little investment. All you have to do is first read about it, take guidance from few people. The government agencies are there, consultants are there to guide at no cost almost. But then some amount of, or not some, quite an amount of running around, hard work, sweating will be involved in the first few months to years. So these are the two things which I wanted to add in addition to whatever has been said by my previous speakers. And thanks to Sandeep ji for giving me this opportunity. And
it's not me, sir. It primarily means me and
thank you.
So, look at the slide, it is written, Sri Ajay Mishra is retired, but he's not tired. Yes. Even though he is retired, but he's not tired. From morning, he is with us and giving us margdarshan. And we know that whenever we need him, he will be with us. Sir, thank you very much.
I will add here. From my side, I rarely write retired, I only write superannuation, which some of you may understand. See, I get annuity from the government for whatever I have done work in the government for the last 2 decades. So I'm a superannuated person. So that is it. Thank you.
Many, many thanks to you, sir, again and again, for the work which you have done for 3 decades and you will be doing for another 3 decades. So, our afternoon session is concluded with a happy note. All the speakers, they have delivered very thought-provoking, useful lectures, useful deliberation, and we are moving to our last session, that is the startup order session. The startup order session was actually originated at the airless head of Devendra Reddy. He called me up one day and told me that maybe by thinking that I'll be the air fallen, so I can share a joke with him. So he called me up and said that please talk to Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, Director Symbiosis, Professor Director Symbiosis. Since there will be so many students who can have a learning session, it is at the same time. It is a learning session for the participants. That the kind of challenges a startup is. Mostly, if they go to the MSME after staying in a MSME half for 4 months, I have come to know they have a lot of money. Actually, they have a lot of money. There are Spooty scheme and so many schemes I have come to know. But that is for the village people who we do business with the traditional business. But the smart businesses like solar, EV, these, that Spooty scheme is not there. You have to go to a bank. You have to go to a venture capital. So money is a big challenge. How to overcome that? A little bit. Technological problems, marketing problems, and also the other problems. So I will request the students to come forward because this is very important for all of you. Some of you will become entrepreneurs in your life definitely. Come, take the seats in the front. Come. See sir, at the age of this 60 plus, how much trouble he is taking. So come forward and sit and join and interact. So I will request Professor Ravi Kumar Jain to come to the stage. From the side of ni-msme, M. Sharad, a brilliant mind, always thinks of developing something and he never gives up. So Sharad will join with Professor Ravi Kumar. Come, Sharad. Give clap. It is only 4:30. And Ramchandra Nirudi, come. It's a surprise for you, but come. You have a startup, come. And definitely Devendra, and also Vatshana, please for some time. Come. Actually, you could give the chair to Professor Samanatha, he might become governor of any state. Maybe this state. So please, be comfortable, join and start your discussion. I have no idea about this, means startup or all such thing. So I will not make any comment. They will start on their own and they will conclude on their own. and she's from National Memory Space, and also director of NSME.
Good evening, all the dignitaries here. Special mention of my friend, Sri Devendra Reddy Garu, and champions of this conference, Sandeep ji and Madhuchandrika ji, who made all the efforts to bring people together to deliberate on very, very important and in fact the need of the hour topic on green energy. We all know, whether it is SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, or whether it is impetus on ESG, from investment planning to corporate responsibility and so on. I was reading a report recently where they said the entire venture capital industry, now that it's all about startups, let me share a few things on that, and then I'll go to the startup champions here, both Devendra Reddy Garu and my friend here, and also somebody who is representing ni-msme, actually, looks at the health and well-being of startups and small and medium enterprises, and we do have a representation from government, so the message will go to the right people, to the right person. So globally, the venture capital industry has crossed more than, when you say globally, I'm talking about the Indian potential and money being raised through venture capital industry, over 500 billion this year. In fact, growing exponentially, of which they are notorious for focusing on the profitability, scalability, and all that, and longevity of the idea. The sustainability element started picking up only recently. Now, in the last 1 or 2 years, the venture capital funds also are positioning themselves as ESG funds. Let's say we are interested in investing in startups which brings in or which addresses all the factors or parameters of ESG: environment, social, and governance. Means whether your business factors in the care for nature, preservation rather than reparation. Second, whether your business addresses the social aspect, that is, the relationship that the business model that you have developed, the relationship that is between the company and the stakeholders, from customers to employees, to supply chain partners, to government agencies and society at large. And the third piece is that of governance, composition of board, leadership, executive compensation, compliances, audits, and so on and so forth. So the entire startup funding side is insisting on ESG compliance or ESG readiness of startups. That means the entire greening of startups is actually happening because funds will go to only those businesses, or preferably those businesses which addresses these ESG parameters. Means automatically the startups have to think about how they can, whether they are looking at their product market fit or strategy mix and so on, whether they are able to address these factors, ESG factors. So with that as a background, and a lot of the impetus at policy level on the green aspect, the care for nature aspect, the sustainability is much more given I would say importance, even in government policies where they say you will be preferred or you will be given more support, if your business is a more responsible business in terms of its the care that it brings in for the nature and sustainability. Now, with that as a background, let me go back to my friend to start with. He set the comfort level for me and for the others also. Reddy Garu, what is your view on this whole green energy access and also inclusion as a part of the business model itself from the MSME's perspective? You are supplying something which is the EV which is a solution, but as a manufacturer, what is it you look at in terms of your green energy and also compliance to ESG and the challenges or risk elements that you see in the process?
Yeah, risk elements of startups are always today. Actually, in India, if you ask me my personal journey part, I had a birth to start my business somewhere about in my 10th standard. And when I said that I come from a different family where my parents are teachers, when I said that I want to start my own business, there was a lot of resistance. And it took till 2014 from 1996 to start my own business. Now, but today, the generation is different. Today, entrepreneurship is a passion. Today, entrepreneurship is a passion also. And there are a lot of ecosystem which is around entrepreneurship. And coming to a green business, there is a huge opportunity in green business, not only on EVs, as a manufacturer of EVs, but also on component business. As my friends are here from the batteries, from the BMS part, there is a huge opportunity in this line. And when you are getting into business like green energy, you will be not only solving some of the environment challenges, but also you will be solving a lot of social challenges. There is a path what we have taken it, right? What we say is that we are not only commercial automation, but also an automation which works to uplift the life of the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid through the livelihood projects. So this is a path what we have taken. And coming to challenges, yes, like many of the startups, we also have all the things. We are still in a bootstrap stage, but we have an ambitious plan. In terms of economics, I can say we are bootstrap. Socially, yes, we are compliant in terms socially. And then we have a lot of anticipations and expectations from government, which Vasila can take over and share with the students here and also startups and judges. What are the benefits or what are the schemes from the government of Telangana? Rather, let us hear from them. And I can tell on my story for 2 or 3 hours, but people will not be interested.
So thank you. I think just to have set the comfort zone, I came to you. Let me go back to Ramchandra Garu, an academician and a startup. This is an interesting combination. Academicians often try to keep away from entrepreneurship. So this is an interesting combination where an academician turned into a green energy champion to his startup. Now tell me, Ramchandra Garu, when you have already, at what stage of funding you are, and what kind of challenges that you faced, or what kind of, I would say, being in the industry where you are providing solutions for green energy, EVs and batteries and all that, did you get any kind of priority? Did you get any kind of favorable, experience when you approached or pitched your, startup to funding agencies?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to thank the organizers here. Myself, Ramchandra. I am Associate Professor at Enviro Institute of Technology. We are also started a company called Electron Energy India Private Limited. So this is a startup from Enviro Institute of Technology. I am into solar since last 10 years. We are into testing, training, and consulting. So based on this expertise, we have entered into EV in 2018, which is started basically with the project, just a conversion of an IC engine vehicle to electric. So the founder of this company, myself and Mr. Deepesh is sitting here. He is a 2018 passed out student because most of the students are there here just for encouragement. He is a 2018 electrical student. Actually, he is trained in all the softwares. He got very good job opportunity in very good software company. But based on that project, we thought the electric vehicles is the future. So that's where I encouraged him. So then his parents also in a confusion state. Either he could join in software company or going for a startup. So that is where I also met with his parents and discussed with his parents and convinced them. Then we have started our own startup. So currently we are incubated at our institution. So we are struggling a lot for, like Saris mentioned, struggling a lot for funding. So initially we have done some good stuff because as I am having expertise in solar, I also do consulting services. I also do audits in Telangana state. So thanks to Ajay Mishra sir, the only state in India having this distributed solar energy. So that is under the guidance of Ajay Mishra sir only. Now the states having, which is not distributed, but in Telangana it is a different case. Coming to our EV startup, so from that project it is started. Then we have done the bike conversion, then we have done cycle conversion. Then actually I got an opportunity to visit China. So along with the other company, because I am a consultant, so many people approach me to take some guidance. I got an opportunity to visit China. I visited China, about 8 electric vehicle companies, including battery manufacturers. So then coming back to India, then we have started why we can't make a battery packs. Then we have done some training. Then we have got some knowledge. Then we have started our own battery assembly. So we have purchased some equipment, and now, based on my expertise, we tied up with the 2 other companies. So that is also our alumni students. They are working on some nanotechnology. So they come up with the nano material as a super capacitor. Then we got an opportunity to integrate the super capacitor and battery. That is hybridization for the 2-wheeler companies. As majority of the 2-wheeler people facing the problem that thermal management of the batteries, you might be seeing that firing happened in 2-3 vehicles. So we got a 10 lakh funding from that company. So now we are working on that pack, and we also got an opportunity. Our management, SVS, Sri Vishnu Educational Society management offered us to implement 50 cycles, 50 e-cycles in the campus. So that is how slowly we are developing, sir. So because many students are there, this story help you to grow as a startup. So don't worry about first of all. So every opportunity is there. So Telangana government representation also here. So the entire state, only in Telangana, more startups are coming every day. Yeah, that's what, sir.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Let me go to Vatsalaji. I'm sure in your talk in the morning, because I was not there, and I'm told that you had a talk about what are the various schemes and provisions and all like within SME. Let me come back to you and just borrow your thoughts or maybe some insights on any specific direction that you are as a department, the government is thinking of encouraging startups which are either developing a technology or a solution for conservation of energy, lesser consumption of energy, responsible consumption of energy, and also using alternate fuels. Any thoughts on that? I mean, any schemes on that? Again, as he rightly said, Telangana is the 3rd biggest ecosystem for startups in the country, and more than that, is the fastest growing. That's more important. Huh? The number of startups coming every day or being added every year is exponential when compared to the existing hubs like Bangalore and NCR region. So that way, we are also moving very fast, and very soon we may actually, Hyderabad may or Telangana may turn into #1 ecosystem, not just in India, but in Asia. So in that context, what is the role or what is the direction that government of Telangana is already giving or is thinking of, or perhaps what your views are that startups should be encouraged in this area of ESG, especially focus on environment part of it?
Thank you. As I mentioned in my speech earlier, the government has already launched these 3 policies for supporting solar, wind, and electric vehicles, in which, especially in EV, we have both demand side and supply side incentives given for development of charging stations, for development of EV vehicles. So a lot of subsidies and incentives are already planned under that policy. For entrepreneurs in general, I would also mention a couple of Government of India policies which are sort of underused, and we are also trying to promote a lot at the state level. One is Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, which is every year, every state is being given targets to promote entrepreneurship under that scheme, in which Government of India gives 15% to 25% subsidy for any project. So it could be a green energy project also. But many of the times, like the state is not even able to meet that target. So this year we are still stuck at 70% and we are close to ending March. So that is slightly lesser known maybe, but that is one scheme which I think all the entrepreneurs should make use of. Secondly, Stand Up India is also a very important scheme, especially for the backward classes. The government is giving 10 lakh to 1 crore of loans, specifically for entrepreneurs in this category. In terms of the development of the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, as our Minister, Honorable Minister Shri K.T. Ramarao says, that Telangana itself is the best startup in India. It's the newest state, but it has taken up so many initiatives which supports, especially the innovation system. To see, I mean, in terms of IT exports, we have surpassed already Bangalore. So, if you look at the innovation ecosystem, T-Hub was one of the first incubators to be set up, and it was the largest in India at that time. Then a special incubator was set up for women entrepreneurs to encourage entrepreneurship amongst women. eWorks is again the largest prototyping center, which will be launched this year, in which all the entrepreneurs can actually go and test their ideas, whatever they have. They will get good support from the government as well. Telangana State Innovation Cell is actively working with the school level and college level students to encourage entrepreneurship and in fact ingrain it right from the beginning, so that we get a culture of entrepreneurship amongst all. So rural entrepreneurs, people who are not even very educated, but if they have some good innovation or ideas, they are all being supported by the government. So yeah, I mean, in terms of, I think Telangana is doing very well. In fact, I would like to also share another piece of news that we are also trying to develop the first National Design Center in Telangana and Hyderabad, in which the startups, design startups, because design is also again like a very overlooked sector. And that can actually improve the efficiency of your product, services, whatever you are designing. They can become globally competitive if design is also taken care of. So that is something which we are working on and hope to launch later this year also.
Thank you so much, Vatsalaji. Let me go back to my friend from ni-msme, Saratji. Startups and MSMEs. MSMEs struggle with energy crisis. Very often we keep hearing about that. Power maybe we are not able to produce as we wanted to. We can't scale up and so on and so forth. On the other hand, you have startups which are supposed to, or which is at the pain point of society and industry, and come up with some startup to solve that. So have you witnessed, I mean, being part of the, I would say, sort of an apex institution which actually brings in these two dimensions together, these two aspects together. Any thoughts on, how startups can look at, what are the opportunities that startups have, especially on the energy side, in conservation of nature side, from the challenges that MSME is facing? Thoughts on that? So thank you so much. First of all, myself, Sharath Mutyala, I am the associate faculty member at the National Institute of MSME. So in this discussion regarding the startups and MSMEs on this green energy. So initially, just I would like to emphasize one point. The startups are more likely, we have a prepared business plan where if I would like to start something, most of the people will come to us, being an institute for MSMEs, people will come to us and they will ask. So I have the 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs in our hand. I would like to start a business. Please suggest me a best. The very often, out of 100 people, not less than 90 people will ask the same question, that I have the 10 lakhs in my hand, or I will borrow another 10 lakhs from my friend. Yes, please suggest me the one best thing. So here on this platform, that I would like to say, every idea is a best idea when that serves someone's purpose. It may be an MSME or it may be a startup, but definitely the sustainability and surviving point is the most for these two. It may be the MSME or startup. Only differentiation is that MSMEs are micro, small, medium enterprises. We have classified based on the 2 parameters. One is the turnover. So, and second one is investment we are talking about. Startups are completely about the innovations, the solutions of the business models of the ideas of the products which we don't have before. So when we are clubbing and just talking these together, in terms of energy, if we are talking the green conservation. So earlier we used to have the lead acid batteries. So people used to manufacture the lead acid batteries. So I would like to start a manufacturing unit related to the batteries. It may be the plastic outline, or it may be the battery component inside. It may be any chemical inside. So I would like to start because there is a demand, existing demand. So there is a rising demand. So by understanding the rising demand, because there are very few suppliers that couldn't supply the demand, so I can also part of the demand. It's completely the supply demand model where MSMEs will follow. And second thing is that the innovations, as the lead acid batteries are not fulfilling the needs of the e-mobilities. So we need to have an innovations in the multiple dimensions like batteries, motors, management systems, so controlling mechanisms. So there are multiple factors when we are converting these two, when we are matching these two. Okay, so any innovation that comes in our mind that has to start by understanding the requirements of someone, it may be an MSME also. Okay, so if you see from the last 2 to 3 years, the electrical vehicle industry and the solar or the wind, the industries are growing like anything. Even the software companies, I can point out one thing, that Tata Alexi is one among that, and the KPIT Technologies who are working in the case. KPIT Technologies is a software company, but still they are providing the software solutions for the electric vehicles. It's purely supporting the electric vehicle industry. So similar to that, if someone would like to start a business in green technologies, so you may choose your area of interest. Like, okay, if you want to work on the battery management system, yes, you can. So if you want to work on the motors, yes. So similarly, when you are talking about the wind, so we have the multiple areas to work on, and definitely we can bring out one point where we have to do a thorough research, and we can understand by emphasizing and understanding, and by going to the people and understanding their problems and making some solutions for them. And if your solution can be commercialized, and how many people could adopt that solution, it may be geographically to only one state, or to multiple states, or to the entire world. So based on these dimensions, the scalability depends. So based on all these parameters, I would like to add one point with respect to the investment also. As Sir rightly said, so the investment is also the key factor for everyone, right? Until an investor, because if we are also investing some 1 lakh or 10 lakhs, we definitely see the returns. We'll expect that. So what an investor will expect when you start a new startup or industry in green technologies, The first thing is that anyone, irrespective of the business, they will see your scalability potential and how unique you are. Whether you are holding your IP or not, whether it's your original idea or not. So if that is the case, then definitely investors will come forward and they will invest. But still, there is a hurdle at the beginning of every startup to reach that level to convince them, the venture capital. That's where the governments are coming in and they are supporting through the seed funds. And even now, recently our Ministry of MSME has launched the scheme, innovative scheme under which for building up a prototype. So if you have an idea, okay, if you really have an idea, which you can make a prototype. For building up a prototype, our ministry is giving you up to 15 lakhs as a grant to build that product. Because you don't have the kind of funds, you have the idea in your mind and on the paper. If I made and if I brought these kind of components into the place, I can make one good product so that I can sell in the market. But you don't have the sufficient funds to make it. But still, governments with the T-Hub and V-Hub and our ministry and NITI and MITI, especially for electronics, MITI. So there are multiple government ministries and the departments and the societies where they support the MSMEs for building their prototypes, especially for the prototype stage, be the fund to idea to materialize. So for that, so I will suggest everyone to work on the proof of concept. If we or anyone, if you are going to the Rochelachi or sir, if you are asking for fund, I need 10 lakhs, so I have a tremendous idea, so can you fund me? But definitely they will ask for where is the proof of your loss. So that's a typical part where no one is actually telling or teaching. It's my observation. Everyone will tell about the schemes. Yes, there are 100 crores. As ma'am is saying, they have the targets to reach. But to target the reach, if they are coming to you that you are not fulfilling your target, say, okay, ma'am, just give me 10 crores, I will fulfill your target. You can't directly give that. So there is a procedure. So your idea should start with a proof of concept. That should be validated idea. You should have a customer base. You should assess on the pain point. So that, and I can assure you for all of the people who are attending this, both online and offline, the green industry is evolving like anything. You can see multiple opportunities anywhere in the world, not only in the Telangana, anywhere in the world. If you see, there are tremendous opportunities around. Excuse me. So you pick one idea, you work on that idea, you do a lot of research. Why this problem? Because the battery management system. So sir has addressed. So like some EV vehicles are getting fired. So why it is happening? Can we bring out some solution? If you really bringing out innovative solutions, I can assure you that all the companies like Enviro, Exxon, all these battery manufacturing companies will come to you for the product for the solution what you are making. That's a startup again. And when you are manufacturing and your investment is less, you are an MSME here. You are classified as both. Like if you are a startup, it's not like you are not an MSME. If you are an MSME, it's not like you are not a startup. Right? Only the startup is meant for that. You are starting with some innovative idea, not with a regular demand supply model. You are creating the demand for the new things. Right? So this is from my perspective, sir. So there are many schemes are there. Lots and lots of cash is ready in the suitcases and the locker. People are ready to invest. And you can see there are Kolkata ventures, venture capitals of the Kolkata ventures. And you can see the multiple venture capitals YouTube videos. The Shark Tank India also newly launched. Like the way we see it, there are the sharks sitting there and ready with the checks. You can also participate. And that's not that easy to get the check of 10 lakhs also. They give the equity. But there is a lot of hard work they have done before coming to the stage. But the equity terms are not, you need to understand. It's not simply starting an idea. If you give me an idea, give me the cash. It's not that simple. But definitely, this fraternity, we all in this green industry, we should evolve. The entire country should evolve in the #1 in the world. We should aim for it. So definitely, government side and the private institutions will support for it. Only thing from your side we are just expecting is the research, the proof of concept, the best business model, and what kind of problems you are solving which what industries and what kind of value you create. So if you get the answer for all this, definitely there are many people who will be behind you to support this. If I'm not wrong, definitely you will be the one among these millionaire billionaire businesses in this green industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarath Garu. I think we have got two interesting perspectives. One says there are a lot of ideas for startups, especially in the green industry globally, and the other end says there are a lot of funds. Please come to us with right ideas. We have a lot of targets to chase, right? So I think we have right people on board. Now the challenge here is, or the one perspective I want to perhaps draw your thoughts that is, in fact, fine when you say green industry or the entire movement on innovation on the green side. Basically, two major buckets are there. One is either solar energy or battery technology. So how do you harness the solar energy, and then how do you pack it in a sustainable manner, batteries which are long lasting, less polluting and so on and so forth. In both the spaces, a lot of startups have already, we have two startups here representing. So we have the entire spectrum. In fact, the one who is identifying the gap, the one who is funding the gap, and the two guys who have actually experienced it. Now, there are two questions that I want your thoughts on. One, especially when you are funding from the government side, Vatsala Garu, do you have, for startup funding, do you have this filter of ESG? Say, okay, how good is your company on the parameters of environment conservation or environment, sustainability? How good it is on the governance part? How good it is on the sustainability, social part? Now, governance and social are parameters which are of the other, not just startup, but in other industrial aspects also. It is applicable to large industries and across all. But right now, for the environment part, is there any screen or is there any filter? Is startups which comply to these environment factors would be preferred? Is there any such whether in the existing scheme, or do you have a thought on that, or government is thinking on those lines? Your views on that. Should government think on those lines if it is not already doing it?
So we do have a startup fund which is being manned by eHub. So specifically, these 3 points that you mentioned, I'm not really aware of this because this is being managed by a separate body. But the perspective of the government, I would like to mention that recently, like a couple of years back, government had taken a decision that all the polluting and the red and orange category industries will be moved outside the ORR. So definitely the focus of the government is towards having a very clean city, like a sustainable environment, especially with the Haritaharan program also. But in the last couple of years, especially post-COVID, we have noticed a natural focus towards sustainable solutions, towards more like healthy, like focusing on healthy products, like millet-based products. So that kind of focus does not necessarily been promoted by the government, but we have seen a lot of startups coming up in these spaces. In fact, last year we launched this Made in Telangana portal, which is like a free platform where you can have a free website from the government side with the payment delivery, payment and delivery partners on the platform itself. Where each and every company you see, they have come up with such innovative ideas. Like it's quite amazing to see. Like nothing is run of the mill. Like you should take a look at that portal Made in Telangana. And I mean, this natural focus towards sustainable products as well as healthier options, healthy lifestyle products is, I mean, being seen across the world, I think, especially after the COVID pandemic. So definitely the government will also promote most of these solutions, and I think we are looking at a very bright future in that sense.
Thank you so much. In fact, when you said or when you reminded what our dynamic leader, Mr. KTR, suggested in his speech a couple of days ago, when he said Telangana is a startup, and 7 years ago it was a startup. Today, you know, it is the fastest growing startup, and the priority being the green in terms of not just the city and state, green in its approach, everything that it does as a state. So policy intervention also has a lot of green elements or green aspects and sustainability aspects. So that's a good news for all the aspiring startups here as well as online, who can look at Telangana government's provision and also encouragement that government policies are kind of giving to somebody who is trying to work on solutions and technologies, through technology or otherwise, in providing green solutions or green, I would say, ideas. Consume less nature, they say, or consume responsible consumption. Now, when I say responsible consumption, Redigaru, let me come back to you. This EVs, this is my personal, I would say, quandary, or when I think about EV or solar panels and all, I think what the entire life cycle green value means. Today we are talking about solar energy, put solar panels everywhere. In the entire lifespan of say 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, whatever is claimed, different companies and different technologies claim different lifespan. But in the entire lifespan, at the end of the lifespan, what is the green factor? Are we pushing the damage from today to tomorrow or day after tomorrow? Likewise, in EVs also, we are packing energy in batteries and all. That's fine, you know, lithium ion and all that. Now, are we transferring the so-called visible pollution or visibility of pollution from one stage of supply chain to the other? Net it remains same. If I'm watching from outside this globe, maybe from Mars, then the emissions and carbon footprints would remain same. So these are the two questions, sir. One to you and one to Redigaru. Redigaru, in the lifespan of battery, how green in terms of energy solution it provides? How green is green?
In fact, we have gone through sales training at our earlier stint in corporate world, and we have something called objection handling. And it is not only here, but this is objection handling even most of the sales call. See, in fact, so you have missed my presentation. In fact, since morning, we are throwing the numbers and our target, what Honorable Prime Minister has given commitment at global level, that by 2030 will be 30% in terms of renewable energy or production of the way we are going to produce electricity, and also adapting EVs to reduce the carbon emissions on the roads. And we are already there in terms of 40% of achievement what we globally committed by 2030. It's the first thing. And we are going to see end-to-end zero in terms of from producing to consuming. That is from producing from RE to using this energy on the roads. So it is going to be end-to-end zero. Coming to the battery lifespan, now we are evolving. Now, if you see the tipping point of TV was 20-30 years. Even in terms of mobile phones, we saw landlines, and then we saw the pagers. Then came with the red and green button, and then we got into smartphones, courtesy Steve Jobs. Okay, we are still evolving in EV industry, and we are very late into EV industry adoption of EV because we are forced to get into EV software commitment at global level to combat the climate change. Now, when we are talking about evolving, we are talking about evolving of battery technologies, the latest battery technology what is available. And again, I'm saying we are committed at global level and also at national level with the Prime Minister of the country saying that we just not depend on the import of raw material of lithium batteries, but we look for the alternative earth abundant metals which are available for India. And also maybe we can look at the triangular countries of Bolivia, those kind of stuff. Coming to the investment part, Government of India, as I said earlier, has already announced 800 crores only for R&D for hydrogen cell batteries. Now, it is going to work in multiple ways. First thing that will be, there will not be any dependent on other countries for importing this one. Second thing is that we'll be able to not only sustain the demands of the country within country, but also we are looking at the export of these solutions. Third thing is that, which is most important, it may address even the charging infra, because if you go for adoption of hydrogen system, it's work in progress. By the time it comes into commercial at a massive scale, it may take 3 to 4 years or 5 years. But even the charging aspect, also the time consumption also less relative to what we are seeing on the current existing battery. So again, I repeat, we are evolving, and leaders at national and global, it has been committed at global levels, and work is in progress. It is definitely going to be end-to-end. And I'll tell you again on lead acid batteries, there is a startup from Pune which has been invited by Himachal Pradesh to give life of lead acid batteries, which has been installed in your telecom towers. So India is evolving. As I said that, startups, your entrepreneurship has become passion in India, and a lot of youngsters, not only students, but also people like us who are professionals turned into entrepreneurs are coming into green business and coming out with various ideas. And a small correction, what Shreya said, entrepreneurship is something like a journey where you go for uncharted territory or you use a road less traveled. And the business part, what he was talking is that we refine all the solutions, all the answers for all your questions, for your ROI, for your investments, etc. But in entrepreneurship, you will not get all the answers. There is a small correction on this part. What do you say? I think I have addressed.
Yes, I think you have given more ideas for startups.
The battery technology at current level perhaps is not that green as it is touted to be, because disposal of these batteries after their lifetime is they say is more polluting than the kind of greening that they do when they are in use, and also extraction of material lithium. Now the entire process is very, very polluting, environmentally hazardous rather, and people working in that also, it is very hazardous for them. So, when we look at a battery, it looks green at consumer level, but the entire supply chain, the value chain, look at that may not be as green as it appears to be in the entire lifespan of the battery. But good news is, as Radhika said, a lot of potential is there in alternate ways of energy generation and energy, I would say, packaging and usage, whether it is hydrogen fuel. The other day, we saw Nitin Gadkari, a honorable minister, inaugurating a vehicle which runs on hydrogen fuel cells, or maybe nuclear fuels. We never know. You have a small little nuclear cell plug into your vehicle or whatever mobility solution that we have, and we are there going miles and miles without worrying about the charging station, the nearest charging station, and so on. So maybe these are some of the ideas which perhaps which you indicated, sir, which are good for startups. I'm sure many startups must be looking at that or thinking about it, or it's time to think about it and start working on that. And as Vatsala Garu said, a lot of encouragement Telangana as a state at a policy level is providing for this. Coming to you, Ramchandra Garu, again, solar panel, the same question. Across the lifespan, how green is this green? Especially the solar panels. And we have billions and billions and billions of panels being installed. After the lifespan, what happens to those cells? How do you dispose them? How green is the disposal? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, the solar cell life, as sir mentioned, it is few companies are giving 25 years warranty. Now, few companies are giving 30 years warranty. Actually, in India, we have started around 20-25 years back only solar installations. Now, almost that panels, the life is over. As of today in India, we have 53.5 gigawatt solar energy. So crores of modules installed in India, but 99% cells we imported from other countries. So only modules are made. So recently, last 1 year back, we have started cell manufacturing in India. So after 25 years, so how to handle these modules? So that is the biggest question. So already we have reached 25 years, which are installed already 25 years back. So like electronic waste. So initially we used to have more desktops, all the CPUs, etc., etc. Now we have started electronic waste policy in India. So like that, we have to start a solar PV panel waste management. So even I request students can think of any one idea. So you can start with solar panel recycling or solar panel waste management system. So if you can come up with this kind of idea, I hope Telangana is going to be the first initiative, as Madam also available here related to solar energy. So this is a very good idea. Now at present, there is no solar PV module waste management policy in India. So we have to come up with this idea. Already we have reached 25 years. So in 2014-15, there is a survey conducted by NISC and IIT Bombay called All India Solar PV Module Degradation Survey. So we are also part of that survey. So we picked up 50 locations in India, so which are 10 years back, 20 years back, 5 years back installation. Similarly, different technologies. So we have done a lot of degradation surveys. We have submitted report to MNRE. Now, I request students can work on or come up with any innovative idea. So how to recycle the solar panel. So how to do solar panel waste management. So definitely Telangana government, Mr. KCR Garu will encourage. So we will be, Telangana is going to guide entire country. So handle the waste management of solar PV panels. At present, there is no guidelines, but so this, as are told, we are going to generate required energy through wind as well as solar. So we have a big target by 2030, reaching 450 gigawatt. So by the end of this year, we are going to reach 100 gigawatt. But we have to think the waste management. So definitely, this is a very good concept. Anyone can come up with this idea. Yeah, that's what I have made.
Thank you so much. Again, one more or two more ideas, and startups can actually work on that of disposing of these solar panels. And the technology has evolved in the last 20-25 years. So what was produced, or the cell technology used 25 years ago, may not be that efficient when compared to today. And in the future we are going to have better. But what was installed earlier, right? There is an idea for the startups to make wealth out of waste. Because we are moving very rapidly from the linear economy of produce, use, and dispose to produce, use, repair, or reuse and restore. So I think that when the journey of circular economy, try to fit in the ideas that we may have, the startup ideas at each stage in the circular economy. Where do you find a problem? Like we have highlighted a couple of problems here of disposal of solar panels, or battery technologies, or sustainable battery technology for future energy requirements and all. See, no doubt in a growing nation, or growth of the world, energy requirement is going to increase. How do you meet that energy requirement is a part of the puzzle that we have. And a lot of focus on green is coming in because in the current method or current way of producing energy is not sustainable. We may grow materially, but we will lose in terms of our. We may be staring at the existential crisis as a planet. So there is an opportunity in this conundrum, or in this I would say, a dilemma. And all these startups, in fact, make use of that. So ideas that we got from the battery side, ideas that we have got from the solar panel side, and other alternate fuel. And we have got policy support and policy thoughts from the policy. It says state of Telangana gives you a lot of support. Agencies like or institutions like MSME or ni-msme provides you a lot of hand holding and also acclimatizing you with the nuances of starting up or coming up with the idea and making it, converting it into a startup. And a lot of ideas which are there to ensure that we leave the world better than we found it. I think we are fast approaching the time given to us. One liner from each speaker about your thought on this whole green energy. One big thought or one liner, or in Telugu they call punch line, punch dialogue.
I'll just one punch line. Hope everybody aware about RRR. What is RRR? Yeah, it is a most awaited movie. It's a awaiting movie. Just in one punch line, it's a 4R. 4R. Recently, I visited actually one of the school science expo. They kept this 4R. That is reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse. So this is what green energy we have to look on. Thank you.
I think green energy is the future of tomorrow, and basically, I think it's in your hands, all of the young people. So, all the best to you.
So the message is paint the world green. One liner, sir, one line.
Actually, we do not have a choice. We do not have a choice, and we need to adapt EVs to combat climate change. If we meet the milestones what has been already been agreed upon on Earth, we are going to increase our lifespan by 15 more years. Okay, and for budding entrepreneurs, my punchline is that in Hyderabad style, "Khudi ko kar itna buland, khudi ko kar itna buland कि खुदा आके बंदे से पूछे बोल तेरी रजा क्या है."
So from my side, it's when we are talking about the green technologies, green evaluations, businesses and all, I would like to tell in one line that it's not about creating the new, it's all about saving the existing. First of all, we have to start with the saving the existing, what we have things, and later we can think of creating something new also. We have a story here. It says, save what we have, conserve what we have, responsible consumption, for which we have 4R solution, and a message saying that paint the world green, and says we don't have a choice. That's a fantastic story that we have here. If you allow, I want to quickly ask any one of you having one question. I can take one question from the audience. Please go ahead. Somebody want to go to the mic, or you can speak out.
I'm looking to start a startup. Hi, I'm Karthik. I traveled all the way from Bangalore to for this conference, and I'm starting a startup which is focused on providing consultation on environment part of the ESG. So where we will do environment assessment, impact assessment of the company, how they do the waste management, how the carbon footprint of the company, all that. But I would like to work for the ESG funds or the investors, not for the company. So right now, around the world, the McKinsey and company and the big four audit companies, they have the lion's share of the market. So wanted to know, like in India, because of the new SEBI, PRR policies and all, is there any opportunity for this kind of a startup where we could provide consultation to ESG funds?
not sure about this one, but on your thoughts, we were having discussion with Vatsala ma'am, actually, when we were addressing the seminar. See, in fact, today, it's a mandate for the major corporates to environmental friendly, and most of them are still in the stage of carbon neutral. We are not yet come to carbon zero. Carbon neutral means most of the corporates are using their printer, their server, their system, the heat what has been generated. So they'll try to buy these carbon credit points by reducing or going for green or other sources, and they'll globally trade off these points. So you can explore the option of giving the credit points on the usage of these items or products in terms of carbon savings. That can be one thing. And second thing is that on this note, in fact, I was recommending to government of Telangana to come out with a mechanism where we can give carbon credit points to our corporates, but even for using EVs as well as for solar. So once if they're using the EVs for their employee transportation, these are the low-hanging fruits for EV adoption. Your employee transportation. Okay, if they are using the EVs for employee transportation on XYZ miles, the new carbons, whatever been saved, we can give them certain amount of credit points so that multiple objectives can be met through this.
One quick thought for you, and I've been mentor at here for the last 6 years from inception. In fact, the opportunity for ESG compliance, both on the corporate side and on the venture capital side. As in my opening remarks, I said, venture capital industry, we call that as an industry, globally, $500 billion or above $500 billion are disbursed every year to startups. But none of them were focused on ESG. I mean, putting ESG as a filter where they were taking their funding decision, whether to fund a startup or not, or to put these as conditions of funding. Now, for the last 1 year, they are switching, and there are some specific consortiums formed. One of the consortium, I'm not recollecting the name, it's in Japan. A consortium of 26 VCs actually have come together to form this ESG compliant. So startups where ESG compliance is there, they are referred to as VCs. So consultation services would be required on VC side, the startup side, and also the existing companies. So huge opportunity there. I mean, good luck to your startup. It's a great idea. And India is no less in terms of this compliance. City, as you said, recently has released this draft framework for ESG. And many corporates don't understand that. That's where your opportunity lies. They would need support. I'm sure you have a huge market to look at. And perhaps you are among those few startups which are looking at the space of accelerating in ESG. God bless you. Good luck. We can take one more from the students specifically. We've been listening since morning, so I'm sure you must be having some questions. Maybe even if you want to make a statement, go ahead and make it. But speak up. Yes?
Good evening.
I'm coming to you. I'm not going to leave you guys.
My name is Anna. I recently started computer based level. I am making waste products into useful gift items, whatever it may be. And everyone is liking that, but nobody is willing to buy it because it is a recyclable. What kind of help from I expect this? I wish to gift it in corporate sector or as memento and government organization. But I want that type of help, collaboration from your side.
Please,
yeah, ma'am. So I would like to give that a thought for you. As this is a common struggle not only for you, ma'am, for all the budding entrepreneurs, this is the same question. Only thing is the brand value, because the people don't consume it inside. So it's only the article where it won't do any other work.
Nobody is willing to, as it is a recycled one. But
No.
Got the point.
Yeah, understood the point. So you have to make the recycled See, only thing is that if I have to buy it, I have to gift it to someone, or I have to keep it in my home, right? Right? So that is the point. Someone has to feel, so if I am giving the polarity sweet, because all the sweets are same. If I'm giving the polarity to the sweet, sir, okay, seeing the polarity, okay, it's a very nice sweet, has bought from the Hyderabad. Right? That kind of vision the people have. If I'm bringing the home, if I'm going to Dubai, there should be some special. Similarly, you have to create a space for your product alone, that if someone want to gift that product, they should choose your product. The kind of story you have to build around your product. What kind of story? It's all about the every product will have its own story to tell. If you are failing to tell a story, that's a failure of the startup or product. Nothing else. It's purely the story you have to create. The Johnson & Johnson, you see the Maggie, they don't focus on the product, they focus on the story. You are also the same product. People, you just make the people to feel that if they are gifting your product, they should take it as a pride, right? So make that, then definitely people will call you, book order online, and if as a receiver, if I'm receiving it, I should feel proud. So what kind of elements you are adding? The recycling element, or you are giving support to some this local women, because the local women can made at their home, right? So you focus all these things, you create a story. People should understand there is a brand, there is a name. Okay, I'm getting a gift from this company. So it's very precious, this is very auspicious. So I need to contribute something. That kind of image you have to create. If you are not creating the image, if you are not creating the brand, it's nothing less than any other article, a simple article without the name. So try to create that story for your product. If possible, just come again to ni-msme. We will be here, I will be here. We will be very happy to help you in creating that story also. That's all.
Thank you.
Coming back to you, at the cost of time, Sandeepji actually has indicated to be after time, and I still want to insist. I'm a teacher, a professor, so normally I won't allow mute audience. Anyone? No questions? No observations? No statements to make? Okay, thanks. Can I sorry,
running out of time because from morning, it is really actually it became startup, attract to startup idea. People got idea. That is the positive outcome of this session, and I was sure about that because I got the chance to meet professor at his office. He offered me very nice lunch. I made a promise which I could not keep. I made the promise to arrange the Bengali Rasgulla for him, but I could not go to Calcutta in between, so I could not bring that. But definitely, sir, it is due. I will definitely come to your office with the Bengali Rasgulla. So that is one thing. And another thing I observed there, he's a fan of Satyajit Ray and other Bengali director movie. So he knows that a movie should not be very lengthy. It should be very short and informative. So like that, he had moderated the whole session and completed the last scene on time. So thank you very much. I will request Madhuchudika Garu to felicitate you with the saplings and memento. Photo, please. Talia. So I thank all of you for your patience with the surety and guarantee that I will see all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow also we have the session and they have discussed a lot about the waste, mostly about the waste. What will happen with the battery panel like that? We have a speaker from the Ramke, Professor Jay. We have a speaker from Ramke on tomorrow. He will be coming and address this problem. So we have many speakers tomorrow who will share the same type of knowledge with you. To see you, all of you tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the same place. Okay, good night. And tea is there outside. Please take tea and then leave. Please. He is there.